got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories: big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you go to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help is very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like the person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital, no amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, for one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning. But I must say, if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage, with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconut, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconut in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was here to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, Souq News.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Obela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced
This is where we ignite conversations to inspire change on front burners. I'm Blessing AG. Let me introduce you to the rest of the crew. There is David Cheju. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Nigeria. It's wonderful to be here. About to start the day with some interesting conversations.
And of course, Dr. Daosa Samanze. Good morning, sir.
Good Nigeria viewers out there, we're here to set the fire on the burners.
I can't resist the temptation of commenting on you and David's outfit. It's complimenting.
Something is common.
It seems to be something more partnership. I think I'm going to no. Sitting here enough should provide something more vision. What's going on? Don't worry, I need a female partner to side with me on this.
If we could do that.
I don't know, you got so fussy. No. I need another female partner. But let me see. I just might get lucky with Evelyn this morning. So let's go over to Evelyn, where she'll bring us something you don't want to miss. That's the first segment of the show today. Stay.
Yeah, Blessing, seems we missed the memo, and of course probably we were not invited for the meeting, but Souq probably will start up our own meeting and we can form our own, matching outfits. My name is Evelyn Ohiole, and this is something you do not want to miss. Let's get right into it, shall we? The Naira is on the rise, gaining strength in both the parallel and official foreign exchange markets. On Monday, it appreciated to 1,650 Naira per dollar in the parallel market, marking a 0.6% gain or 10 Naira increase from Friday's rate of 1,660 Naira per dollar. This upward trend is also reflected in the official foreign exchange market, where the Naira closed at 1,531 Naira per dollar on Friday, representing a 1.1% appreciation week on week. This improvement saw the dollar quoted at 1,531 Naira, 70 Naira stronger than the previous Friday's rate. The US dollar's decline on Friday, which positioned it for its biggest weekly loss in over a year, contributed to the Naira's gain. President Donald Trump's hint at a more lenient approach to tariffs on China sparked uncertainty in trade policy, leading to volatility in equity markets. As a result, the US dollar dropped 0.8% against a basket of currencies on Friday before narrowing its losses to a 0.65% drop by day's end. Despite this recovery, the dollar still faced its most significant weekly decline since November 2023, down 1.8% since Monday. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has given companies trading foreign currency a deadline of January 31, 2025 to demonstrate compliance with the new Nigeria FX code. This code, launched on the CBN's website, aims to promote fairness and transparency in Nigeria's foreign exchange market. The code, effective since December 2, 2024, applies to banks and licensed financial institutions dealing in foreign exchange to ensure adherence. Companies must conduct a self-assessment and submit a detailed report to the CBN, approved by their board of directors along with meeting minutes. This move is part of the CBN's efforts to maintain high professional standards, ensure fair trading practices, and mitigate risks in the foreign exchange market. Companies are expected to submit follow-up reports every 3 months, with the first one due by March 31, 2025. Now, U.S. stocks plummeted on Monday, with NVIDIA's market value plummeting by nearly $600 billion after Chinese AI startup DeepSeek unveiled a game-changing technology that challenged the dominance of America's tech giants. DeepSeek's AI-powered chatbot app has become the most downloaded free app on Apple Store since its U.S. release in January. What's more, DeepSeek's achievement is all the more impressive given its reportedly low costs, which are sending shockwaves through the financial markets. Silicon Valley's Mark Andreessen has praised DeepSeek as a groundbreaking innovator in AI. The company's AI models are set to rival those of U.S. industry leaders like ChatGPT, but at a fraction of the cost. Researchers claim that the app was built for just $6 million, a staggering contrast to the billions spent by U.S. AI companies. Founded in Hangzhou, China in July 2023, DeepSeek is a Chinese artificial intelligence company that's making waves globally. Its popular AI assistant app was released in the U.S. on January 10, according to Sensor Tower. And that's all I have for you right here on Something You Do Not Want to Miss. I'm sure you want to know what's up, with what made the insight from the news. That will be done by Blessing, David, and Dr. Idaosa the Great. I am Evelyn Ohiola. Stick around.
In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is in no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakonde began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakonde editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakonde established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakonde ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs, targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande. Souq Enlightenment.
In Africa, there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena,
All right, now let's have some insight into what's made the news. Start with a story about the World Bank urging Central Bank of Nigeria to ensure sustainable inflation control measures. Inflation rate as of December 2024 was put at about 34.8%, and now the CBN, the World Bank rather, is urging the CBN to ensure that it has inflation control measures. Now, the CBN, in the course of the year 2024, had about 6 Monetary Policy Committee meeting, MPC meeting. That's a forum where they talk about measures to control inflation and other, they adjust other indices that could help the economy. So at that point, the monetary policy rate, MPR, or if you like, the interest rate was raised from about 18.75% to 27.25%, which it's still at right now. And those increases were done with a bid to tackle inflation? But we've seen that the inflation in Nigeria has defied the measures that the CBN has employed so far. So if the World Bank is urging the CBN right now to ensure inflation control measures, what more can be done? Let's take a look at that this morning. I pass the ball now to Dr. Dausa Samantha.
Well, I think I'm always on the other side of the divide with CBN. I am World Bank or the Bretton Woods institutions when it comes to the issue of managing the economy, especially those of third world. And these are the challenges that Africans had faced over the years. Because when you're prescribing something for somebody, what you're doing is you're using your problem to define another person's problem. What's responsible for inflation in Nigeria at the moment? What's driving inflation? And I think those are the issues that first and foremost we have to look at. That against what CBN believes is the driver of inflation, which is demand. In which case, people have so much money and there is so few goods to buy and their prices are on the rooftop. But that is not the exact case in Nigeria as we speak. The inflation in Nigeria is cost push. Cost of production is on the roof because of three important factors. Exchange rate hike. We have subsidy removal from electricity and subsidy removal from energy, petrol and diesel. And most factories that are here run on this. Transportation and logistics is on this. And so it's not as Nigerians are having more money and therefore there's a need to remove money from their hands so that we can manage the urge to buy. As we all know, and World Bank should also come here to get around the street to know that many people don't even have this money to spend. So if you're asking CBN, because we are preparing for the next MPC meeting to sustain what you're doing, which means you're saying to them, again, increase the NPR, which of course, what does that mean? Make loan procurement in Nigeria more expensive. Now, for us as lay people, we understand that if a man is borrowing money at a very expensive cost, then of course the cost of the loan he will factor as part of the input into production, which of course will make prices more high, and that will drive inflation up. So I think these are the things that should be looked into. That if we have to address the problem of inflation right here in Nigeria, it's not about raising rates, it's about finding ways for us as a people to reduce rates so that the borrowing cost is reduced and we can become competitive like every other part of the world. You know, this is what World Bank should help us do, really. Not telling us that we need to curb inflation by increasing rates and take money off circulation, because it's not every Nigerian that actually has access to this money. Money is only in the hands of the few. And most of these monies, you don't circulate. So driving down inflation in Nigeria is how do we increase productivity, for example, so that people can have money? How do we empower companies, for example, to make more profits so that, of course, staffs can have more money in their hands and then people can do more businesses and then the environment flourishes. So the problem is really not about people having too much money. The problem is about people not having money and the prices are on the rooftop.
I wonder what the next NPC meeting would actually focus on, because we saw a steady increase from one NPC meeting to the other in the course of last year, and the CBN had this belief that it's only by increasing the interest rate that it would be able to control inflation. I've often wondered about the efficacy of some textbook principles, because we've seen that some of these principles don't always work, and it's not a one-size-fits-all anymore. Because, like you've said, Doctor, what works in a particular region may not work in the other, because the issues are different. And I don't think that up to now the CBN has actually acknowledged that. Otherwise, the measure it's been employing, it would know that this measure would not give the right result. Increasing the interest rate steadily from 18% to about 27% has even, in my opinion, further stifled the economy, because it's hard for businesses. But we talked about the role that microfinance institutions played last year, being able to give loans to most people who were creditors, who needed loans from banks. We found that even at that, the rate of those that were able to secure loans reduced. There was a decline in that, because some people will consider the cost of the loan and just make do whatever they have. Yes, they can transfer the cost, but sometimes it even make them being able to have sales or make sales very difficult, especially when what they offer, the products or services that they offer, is something that people can actually forego. So they just feel like, well, this is a time for me to make my decision. So what can I forego? So the issue, the principle of opportunity cost comes in. So if your product has a substitute and it's become very expensive, chances are you will make less sales because less people are having demand for it. So it's made the economy more difficult. So I'm hoping that the next NPC meeting that the CBN would be having, some of these principles that have been used over the years, that we're now seeing new conditions, new economic conditions that have defined them, would be reviewed, and more practical steps should be taken.
Totally agree with your submission, Blessing, and that of doctors. When I say we, both Nigeria and, a section of the global economy, weren't particularly expecting the CBN to go the bullish stance in the last two MPC meetings, especially the last one in November, I reckon, where it went from 27.25 to 27.50, which, they did with the intention of curbing inflation and driving, it farther down. But, like Doctor said, there are the key drivers of this very, very disturbing, trend of inflation, upward trend of inflation, which they aren't particularly focusing on. But, just essentially thinking that it's a one-size-fits-all measure, that once it's like a binary switch, you turn it off, you turn it on, and everything is fine. I think they have been, I would say, doing the right thing, but not enough of it, so to speak. Again, I speak from the perspective of someone who is not in the CBN and doesn't exactly know firsthand how they operate. But having heard from experts both at the top level and mid level, they're all saying the same thing. That the CBN is going in the right direction, but there's still some things that they aren't particularly covering. But let's step away from the CBN just for a little bit. We're going to come back. Doctor spoke about production. We seem to have been focusing too much on what the CBN is or is not doing, but then that's on the monetary side. How about the fiscal side? We're leaving out the economic handlers, or the economy handlers in this case, right? There is such a thing as curbing our excessive borrowing, which also Doctor made an allusion to. So if you have the, economic handlers doing their best, let me put it that way, doing their best to, mop up revenue in the public service, yeah? What that means is it's generates enough revenue, which is channeled back or plowed back to government coffers, and it's channeled into funding essential services, right? That would raise revenue essentially, or that would shore up revenue, so to speak, and then prevent needless and excessive borrowing in the system. Then circling back to the CBN, collaborating with the government to make sure that there is enough investment with said revenue raised in critical infrastructure that would help shore up the supply side or supply chain, or rather, let me rephrase that would help clear out bottlenecks, if you like, in the supply chain, and boost productivity. Now, that process essentially will save us a mountain of trouble, because those are the things that essentially drive inflation. So if that happens, then I think we may or may not be, well, let me rephrase that, we may be closer than we think we could possibly be to, curbing all of this. Because if you
look at it this way. A certain congressman says the problem in Africa is not that Africa needs more money to borrow, but that the Bretton Woods institutions have placed Africa in a certain position where we are consistently trying to demonstrate to the Bretton Woods institutions that we have capacity to borrow and pay back. And what that had done in Africa is that he has taken lending rate to the rooftop and taxes to the rooftop. So we are taxing poverty in Africa. And he said, as long as we remain in that circle, we will never get out. And so Africa is in a debt trap, because you have to prove to your creditor that you have capacity to pay what you have borrowed. And to be able to do this, so you have to be hard on your people, trying to generate revenue so that you can meet your debt obligations. So as Africans are investing in servicing of their debt, which of course at a certain point in Nigeria, we were doing with 100% of our revenue. So what's government doing? They come from all manner of guises to impose tax on the people who are already overburdened by poverty. Proving this point. And I think Oyedele made this point sometime last week while he spoke. And he said that let's be frank with ourselves and be realistic to actually look at what the problems are on the surface. That the problem is not as CBN seems to be assuming that are responsible. There are two critical factors that we must have to pinpoint as responsible for the growing inflation rate in Nigeria. And he said, first, the greed of the elite, who are buying dollars that they don't need. And that has consistently put pressure on the forex market, that Nigerians are stocking dollars, and like it has become like a habit that people have money, they just go buy dollars and keep, but they don't need the dollars. And therefore, that creates a pressure on the FS market, which is driving the cost of dollar up. And as the cost of dollar is going up, the cost of purchases also go up with it, and everything that's associated, which is calculated as inflation. So if we want to deal with inflation, he says, what we really need to do is to say, how do we stop accumulating dollars? That's from the side of the elite. And then secondly, reduce the rate of borrowing, which is on the rooftop. Because if America is talking about inflation rate at 2%, and borrowing in America is single digits, borrowing in Asia is single digits, borrowing in Middle East single digits, why is it that it's only in Africa that borrowing has to be 2 digits?
You know, the question you asked now, sometimes when we analyze these issues, or even when those who have the responsibility to attend to economic issues on behalf of the country are handling this. They make comparison between Africa or Nigeria and other climes without actually basing those comparisons appropriately. So,
on realities
on
of both
realities,
countries.
when it's time to tax Nigerians, you hear them say, oh, in the US, this is the level of taxes citizens pay. In this country, that country, this is the level of taxes they pay. But they don't base it on the earning power of the people. I said that to say this. If we understand that the situations are not same, perhaps this copy and paste policy, type of policy that we do, we will be careful with it. Now, we've talked about what the CBN has been doing and how it's not been working, how the economy is heavily dollarized. Now, while there is an implication of dollarizing the economy, further increasing inflation, there is a thought out there, or the school of thought out there, that to save yourself or to safeguard your earnings and your savings, you need to denominate them in dollars. You need to save in dollars so that regardless of the inflation rate, you will still have the value of the money. And that too is making the demand for dollars increase, further increasing inflation, because we are still largely an import-dependent nation. So when dollar prices increases, it means that when the importers want to purchase, they buy at a higher rate, and then they sell at a higher rate, further increasing inflation. We also have the food components of it, because food inflation is even the highest and is a large contributor to the overall inflation. We have issues of insecurity that has further reduced the productivity from the agricultural sector. We have issues such as infrastructure issues. Some of them are unable to bring their produce to the market. A lot of issues contribute to the inflation in Nigeria. We also have on the part of the business people, sometimes artificial scarcity of certain products. All of this put together results in the inflation rate that we're seeing. So if the CBN wants, not just the CBN, it's not just for the CBN, it's also for the federal government when policies are being made, so that the CBN is not making one policy and there is a counter policy being made that is further making things difficult. Well, if we talk about the removal of subsidy, we cannot talk about the timing being more right, because at some point it still would have been done. But what about the removal of electricity subsidy? That also increased electricity tariff. So there are different policies that have been made by government that have also in one way or the other contributed to the inflation rate in the country. A lot needs to be done. The CBN can do their own part by ensuring that inflation, the interest rate comes down by the next meeting. Well, it may not come down to 18% because that may just be drastic, but at least let it come down to a level that business people can afford. The government on its own, when policies are being made, whether on taxation, but I think the federal government may have been able to handle the issue of taxation through the new tax bill if that is passed. But some other policies that are being made should ensure that it is in tandem. There is some synergy between what the CBN is doing and what the government is doing to ensure that inflation is controlled. For those farmers, we need to handle this issue of insecurity, because we cannot over-preach about it. If the cost of food comes down, then significantly inflation rates would also drop.
Please listen, just to put it, it's important. You see, people talk about this security movement in Nigeria as responsible for the hike in price of food. I really don't subscribe. You know why?
Why?
Let me give you two instances. When I was in school, my school fees as undergraduate was 360 naira. My mother don't need to sell a basin of fried cassava to pay that. Now, in that same school where I was taking 360 as school fees, the current school fees is about 250,000. And if my mother was still alive to fry gari to pay for that, he would do like about 20 basins to be able to get it if it was selling at that same old price. What is driving the prices of food up is the fact that these farmers who are bringing this food to the market, they are also having services that they are subscribing to. And they need the money from the farm produce to be able to look at it. For example, rice is selling, one bag of rice is 100,000. So the man who is selling gari is struggling to see that me, I can sell 2 kg of gari to be able to buy one bag of rice. If you understand the principle of barter, that is what it is. So many of the challenges that we face, especially with food prices, is because prices of other things, which of course you have alluded to very correctly, arising from the increase in electricity prices, increase in petrol prices, increase in diesel prices. So these farmers would definitely have to put money, because some 5 years ago, if you are taking a truckload from Kebbi to Lagos, it's about 30 to 40,000. Today, if you want to take that same truckload, it's about 100,000. Now, are you expecting that farmer will just throw their yam or rice inside the truck and come to disperse it in Lagos for free? It will not happen. So it is this effect of all the rises in the prices, which is of course inflation, that we call food inflation, is as responsible for the is derivable from what the FS is doing to other products, especially when we say we are an import dependent economy, including tomato paste, which we have to buy that we cannot produce from our farms.
In summary, before we go to the next story, I just think the government right now needs to take a multifaceted approach, as opposed to having this tunnel vision approach that they've had, just looking in one direction, or if you like, a unilateral or unidimensional approach. Having a lot more broader view on, or taking a lot more broader view on what the dysfunctions are in the economy. We've said it all. We've talked about the key drivers, which is food inflation and core inflation, which doesn't particularly factor, energy and food in the mix, and is not particularly measured by the CPI. So, putting all of these together, I think there's a very critical need to focus more on some of these things that they're not really focusing on, as opposed to taking the, persistent approach that they have taken, because it hasn't particularly gotten us anywhere. So there's need for a more intentionally multifaceted approach to tackling inflation in the country.
All right, let's move on to the next story. Well, we'll hope that all hands will be on deck. By all hands, I mean the CBN, the federal government, and the various ministries that have the roles to play to ensure that all the factors contributing to high inflation in Nigeria are handled. We move now to the aviation sector, where there's been a call for the blacklist of the contractor handling the construction of a second runway at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. So stakeholders in the airport, in the air transport sector rather, have revealed that the contractor is overcharging Nigeria. We'll take a look at that, and what details are available to us. Let's see if that is the case and what are the issues there. So during the budget defense session with the Joint Aviation Committee, the Minister for Aviation, Mr. Festus Keyamo, said that after a 3.4 billion naira post-contract consultancy fee was paid to the contractor handling the project in May of 2023, 90 billion naira was later approved in the same year for the whole contract, out of which 30 billion naira was released. The contractor, after receiving the 30 billion naira, joined the Federal Capital Territory Administration to pay compensations to some settlers on land, and then left the site. So he says that since then, all efforts made to get the contractor back to site proved abortive on the grounds of unacceptable contract duration being demanded. So the contractor is demanding a contract duration of 532 billion from the original sum of 90 billion naira. So stakeholders are saying they suspect that the contractor is overcharging Nigeria, and if that is the case, they recommend that the contractor be blacklisted. Doctor.
Well, I think it's still a weakness of our procurement system that's actually responsible largely for some of these things that we see, where the procuring regulatory authorities have not been able to actually put their feet on the ground to ensure that when we are entering into contracts as a people, that we meet all the requirements for a certain contract to be done. Now, all these things that we're talking about is that every businessman gets into business to make profit. And if I am taking a contract from you and we have not written an agreement, service level agreement properly, then all these things come back to the table. If I have a contract, the way it is done elsewhere, they give you a contract and they ask you how much. And then they are able to factor in how long will it take this contract to be executed. And you say, oh, this contract is going to last 3 years. Now, in these 3 years, how much is inflation going to increase for that space of time? Then you can put the inflation increment at 1%. Now, if in the course of execution of that contract, inflation has gone to 5%, what do? You can't blame the contractor. Because right there on the contract, the contractor is saying to you, this is what we factor in for inflation. But now you can verify from National Bureau for Statistics that inflation has crossed a threshold of 5 or to 10%. And I can account for this. And the only way that this contract can be executed is for you to review the contract, which of course most contractors in Nigeria are consistently doing. And this is connected to the same issue we just have finished talking about, the inability of both the monetary regulators and the fiscal policy makers in Nigeria to stabilize the macroeconomic environment in which businesses are done. And these are the issues that contractors also face. There are a lot of people in Nigeria, really good contractors, who don't want to get close to federal government business.
Why?
Reason is, they give you a contract, they are not willing to pay. And then you have a contract that you are supposed to execute, and you are pricing it at today's price for 90 billion. And you know that if you have saved 90 billion 2 years ago, or in 2023, you can't have the value today as 90 billion. Because inflation would have eaten it down to about 60 billion. So which means the contractor is actually losing some money. And that's why Wike said some time ago when he was still governor of Rivers State, that the reason why we are going to continue to have uncompleted projects in Nigeria is because the way of this envelope system of doing projects cannot work. What is advocating is that if you give a contract to somebody, give him 70-80%, which is enough to complete that project. Okay. And then if the person is not able to deliver, then of course you can now enforce the consequences that is attached to the contract clause.
I'll start from the 70 to 80% that you recommend as the start-off fee for a project. So this contractor, aside the post-consultancy fee of about 3.4 billion naira that was paid, the project, the approval was for 90 billion naira. It was giving 30 billion naira as first payment for the project. And then he joined the ministry of the Federal Capital Territory Ministry to pay compensations to some settlers. So I'm believing, or I want to assume that he used some money from the 30 billion naira given to him, joining the Federal Capital Territory to pay settlers.
Oh, yes.
So if a project was supposed to cost 90 billion naira, and the first issuance was 30 billion naira. So it means that 60 billion naira was still with the federal government or with the Ministry of Aviation.
Yes.
That's way less than the 70 to 80% that you recommend. We did not know the time that passed between when the 30 billion naira was paid and when the contractor demanded for the contract variation. But I believe that some time may have passed for a project that was to cost 90 billion naira to now cost about 532 billion naira, which speaks to the side of the government not fully funding certain projects. And when you said that some contractors don't want to go to close to federal government projects, I understand. Because it seems like you need to have that money as the contractor or the contracting firm to handle the project by yourself for you to take it on. If you don't have that capacity, sometimes the project gets stalled because they give you some amount of money to kickstart the project, but midway where you need funds to complete it, it's stalling and expect that you use your money to push it forward. But for some contractors, maybe they don't have the money or they do not trust that if they invest that sum of money in the project, they will get it on time. So they rather put it in some private project where they're sure of getting back their money, and that's what the federal government stalls. So now the situation is this. The price has changed, or what it will cost to handle that project has changed from 90 billion naira previously earmarked to about 532 billion naira. So the contractor has refused to go back to site except that variation is done. It will be some loss because some money has been committed already. So I think that for those who are saying there is an overcharge, well, it depends now for the ministry to actually carry out some investigation to know what is the actual cost of completing that project and find a way to come to a meeting ground or some agreement with the contractor, because some money has been put in that project already. If you're getting a new contractor, you may get it maybe somewhat less or about the same. But what happens to the money that's already gone into it? So I think that the delay sometimes in ministries of government following up with certain projects is part of the issue here.
Let me give you one simple example. A friend of mine did contract with the Yaradua government. Up till now, it's finished. He has done verification more than 5 times with each regime that come. And he has not been paid. So this is a predicament. So it's not just enough for us to sit and say, oh, these people is overcharging us. But we also look at the circumstances in which this happened, because you can imagine, since Yaradua, 2007, he's still chasing his money. The value is completely gone. The same government is not paying. And they are all queuing up in Ministry of Finance to see whether they are able to get what they have expended. But let's look at the contract. And the minister also should tell Nigerians, was the cost of settlement factored into the contract? Okay, and if it was factored into the contract, how much was the contractor was supposed to contribute to FCT for the settlement? So we'll be sure whether the 30 billion that he has received was used for settlement or he has some change left to continue the contract.
Right. I'm going to look at this particular conversation from the perspective of the astronomical jump in, the cost of execution. That's one. And also the time taken to execute said projects. The former, you alluded to, Doctor. The latter, you alluded to, Blessing. But let's go back to where it all started from. Doctor, you just mentioned, that there was time in office. The current governor of Imo State, who was I think the House Committee Chairman or Senate Committee Chairman on Aviation at the time, Hope Uzodimma, was the one who, presided over the matter, he and Stella Odwa at the time. And what it cost at that time was 64 billion naira. Now, fast forward to 2019-2020, you had it jumped to approximately 90 billion. It was 89 billion, right? And then you fast forward again to 2023 when they made the first payment. Yes, that post-consultancy fee and then the 30 billion upfront, which was used to quote unquote water the ground, essentially, or clear the ground, as we say around here.
Farmer.
You know, so you put all of that in perspective and you ask why. I'm asking why. There wasn't any immediacy, if you like, with executing that project, if it was really important, because we're not the first, country to want to have a dual runway, as it were. So I'm thinking immediately, it should have been followed through. It should have been, something should have been done almost immediately. But the stalling of said contract is why we find ourselves where we find ourselves. But I'm going to ask the question, who is this contractor? And I understand that, there's a difference between what happened 5 years ago and now with regards to inflation. But 700%, come on.
Well,
90 billion to 500 and, 32 billion?
Yes.
That is quite the stretch. So at this point in time, it makes me think that there's something else at play that we're not particularly seeing, because, typically you find that a lot of these people in charge of, the appropriations for these contracts, you see that they put, individuals there as opposed to, constituting a board of managers, right, that would, carry out oversight, or that would carry out transparency responsibilities and all of that, which essentially would have given us a proper insight, or some serious insight into what is really going on. So the National Assembly at this point in time has questions to answer. The Minister of Aviation, Festus Keyamo, has questions to answer. Who are these people? What really transpired? Because we're talking about blacklisting right now. Is it really about blacklisting or addressing the internal schisms, or not schisms, the internal underhanded business, so to speak, that's going on in that sector? So a lot of questions are being asked and no answer as yet is being provided.
Well, if you look at it and you're thinking, or you assume that the difference is too much, well, the difference is much, but we can't say exactly if it's an overcharge or if it's a reflection of the inflation rate. Recall that
700%.
Recall that this project started
we can do
in 2023.
We can do small mathematics.
The project started in 2023.
At the time,
and this is 2025.
At the time, let's say 1 minute. Let David do the mathematics. At the time, that contract was valued at 64.
At 90 billion.
No, 64 billion.
Yes.
During Odwa, that was 2007.
Then you had Sirica in 2019.
Wait. What was the exchange rate?
It was somewhere between 150, 120, 100.
Okay. Now you can factor that 150 divided by 64 billion. And then divide 1,650 to this exchange rate with 530 billion that you're talking about. You will find that the project will be at the same figure. That is the point I'm making. You see, when you want to sign a project, the procurement law says that before you award a contract, the money to pay for that contract must be in an account.
So there is no delay.
That's what the law says. So you don't award contract in anticipation of fund. But MDAs keep violating that provision of the Procurement Act.
Isn't that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Something is wrong in this system.
So you violate that provision of the Act and you award contract in anticipation. And at the end of the day, every time you try to factor it into your budget, the National Assembly see the budget and say we cannot give all this one to one agency. They give you a fraction, and then you go to the ministry, to the Federal Ministry of Finance, their Accountant General office. They give you an envelope, so you can have a project that's costing you 64 billion, and what you find on your envelope is 500 million.
Okay, we need to wrap up this conversation, but Just another issue in the aviation sector. Ekiti Airport is to begin commercial operations. That's good news for Ekiti, but the rate at which states in Nigeria look forward to having their own airports, the viability of that project. I understand that air travel seems to be the easiest and maybe the safest given current situation, but it's also the most expensive. And this airports, most of the airports in the state are domestic airports. The viability of that project, because after Ekiti, other states that do not have, I can hear their citizens already saying, oh, if Ekiti has airports, what are we waiting for? We need to have our own airport. The viability of the project, let's look at it.
Well, I would just lead with the plus sides of this particular project. We might, well, Nigerians generally might talk about why Ekiti, state of all states, doesn't need an airport of the sort. But I would say that because it's a cargo airport, it has quite the perceivable advantages. We're talking about what's it called? Global trade, right? Global trade facilitation. We're talking about immediate economic benefits like job creation, right? And of course, we're talking about emergency response to certain critical situations that require it, and a number of other things that it would help generate by way of economic growth, as it were. So I don't see it as that much of a problem per se. You could talk about the running costs, overhead, and all of that, but still, I would like to focus more on the positives than otherwise.
Doug?
Well, it's for me really things that are ludicrous as people. But again, Richard Joseph in his book, Prebendal Politics, The Rise and Fall of Second Republic, really alluded to the fact that most of the problem we have in Nigeria is that a whole lot of people want to invest so much in white elephants project because it's easier for you to get money out of it. We're looking at that whooping sum of over 16 billion that they are investing on a project. The question to ask is that how many aircraft will be willing to put an aircraft in Ekiti land? What is the passenger size? Because when you are doing investment, you have to look at the plus and the minuses. Yes, Akwa Ibom Air. Akwa Ibom invested so much in the airport. So what do they do? They have to invest in an airline so that they have passengers who, at least from Lagos, you can have one flight to Uyo and have another flight back in the evening. And that's their own airline. I don't know, will Airpeace put an aircraft, for example, on Ekiti Airport to fly to which destination? Is it Abuja or Lagos? I think that there are far more things states should actually put their resource on. I agree with Blessing to a very large extent, and I don't think we need too many multiplicity of airports, where even the current airports we have, even the national airports, servicing them is a problem.
That's the issue we just even talked about.
Yeah, servicing them is a problem. So I don't really know how viable that project is, except that it just fills the ego of some people. But I don't think that is how we should drive economy. We should put our money where our mouth is.
Doc,
and I think that for me
you're
makes a lot of sense.
very spot on in this. It's sometimes a matter of ego because when states, people from different states gather together, sometimes they throw jabs at each other and say, does your state have an airport? So sometimes it's just like a status thing. So let's know that this state has airports. If we talk about cargo, yes, it's good that this one at least will do cargo. But if we had the interstate train system working effectively, I think that would have sorted that very well. So the issue of cargo from interstate to one state to the other would be handled by train services. So that would even carry more passengers and be cheaper for people to afford because consider the rate of airfares. But all the same, congratulations to Ekiti State. But for other states that would want to embark on such a project, maybe there are other projects that would benefit your citizens or your residents more. We should begin to look at some of these things and consider other types of transportation that may not be so expensive, but we need more profit at the end of the day rather than go for just let's belong to the league of states with airports. Let's wrap up here. by saying that let's do what is right for the residents and by the residents of every state and by extension for Nigerians. We'll take a break and return to the time for policy discuss. Artisanal mining will be first conversation on the table when we return from the break. Stay.
If there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is born in Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income, situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come.
All right, thank you for staying with us on the Friends Banners. It's time for Policy Discuss, and artisanal mining is what we'll be looking at today. That's a type of mining where you have like subsistence miners, people who do mining on a small scale. There's several of them in Nigeria. In fact, when we talk about the mining industry in Nigeria, it's almost as if it's about artisanal miners, not to say that we do not have big corporations who are involved in mining, but there are several artisanal miners in the country. We look at what is the requirement for one to be approved or licensed for artisanal mining in Nigeria, what have been the contributions so far in the mining industry, and there are disadvantages of having artisanal mining in the country. So these are the areas that we'll be focusing on today. To handle the discussion, we have joining us virtually Ojeka Oklebe Patrick, Director retired in the Ministry of Mines and Steels and Development. He joins from Abuja. And we also have joining us Dr. Dieta Bassi, Director Policy, Planning and Strategy, Nigeria Extractive Ministries Transparency Initiative, NITI. They're both joining from Abuja. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to the show. All right, it's great to have you, Dr. Dieta Bassi, and Ojeka Oklebe as well. When we talk about artisanal mining, I've given just a brief intro about that, maybe a soft scratch of it. But I'd like you, Dr. Dieta, to talk to us about what artisanal mining is. I also get the reaction of Ojeka Oklebe on that as well. Okay, Jeka Clever Patrick, you were director in the Ministry of Mines and Steels Development, where you retired. Dr. Bassi has talked about the artisanal miners and how not well regulated they are. Could you speak to how they come about and how they're licensed or approved for operation, and what happens within the space of regulation for artisanal miners?
This government have to realize this. Have to realize this. Put it upon yourself.
Your background. All right, so I have two gentlemen in the studio with me. David Chader is one of them, and Dr. Dausa Osamanze is the other gentleman here in the studio with me. So David and Dr. Dausa would also be asking questions about artisanal miner today.
Dr. Bassi, now let's come to you for this one. We understand that there are some cooperatives that have been, created by the federal government to tackle the, spate, let me use that word, of illegal mining, because we know that these artisanal miners in some cases have bordered on doing things without proper regulation and being properly accountable, as it were. And so because of that, the federal government, through the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, formalized the activities of 250 small and artisanal miners into cooperatives as part of efforts to help these artisanal miners transition away from activities that could be regarded as illegal to being properly accounted for, being properly regulated. So far, how's that panned out in your view? Dr. Bassi? Dr. Bassi, can you hear us? Dr. Bassi, are you there? All right, if you cannot hear us, let's take your thoughts as well. Mr. Kleber, if you can hear us. Can you hear us? We can't hear you.
It's saying his device is muted.
The question was, if you can hear me now, the question was your take, that's us getting your view, your professional view, your expert view, that is, on what the federal government has done to, put these artisanal miners under their auspices, so to speak, with the setting up, if you like, or formalizing of the activities into 250 small cooperatives. Your thoughts? I think we're having some technical issues there. All right, Doctor, let's get into this right now. We've had varying numbers of statistics coming out of particularly the northwestern part of the country with regards to this issue that is on the front burner today, talking about artisanal mining. We've seen numbers, 80% has been reported, particularly in northwest, of solid minerals there being extracted illegally, or being mined rather illegally. There's another report that put the numbers at 95%, 90 to 95%, I reckon, of particularly gold coming out from that part of the country, or that region of the country, being done illegally. And then, as I mentioned, the federal government, beg your pardon, knowing full well that this is problematic. I mean, as far back as I think it was 2019 or 2020, if memory serves me, we had issues with some of these artisanal miners, or quote and unquote illegal miners, who were working with, it was actually reported, that they were working with some foreigners in that part of the country, and they were arrested. The locals and the foreigners who were doing these things in cahoot. So, fast forward to the advent of the ministry, because it was formerly the Ministry of Mines and Steel, and now the Tinubu administration has made it the Solid Minerals, Ministry of Solid Minerals Development. So they have, set up these cooperatives to incorporate these artisanal miners into the fold, to make them accountable. How do you see this panning out, Doctor?
Well, I think Dr. Jeka made a very fundamental point while trying to respond to the question of that Blessing asked about what really is artisanal mining. And what struck me in that conversation was the fact that he alluded that historically mining was a very, very lucrative venture in Nigeria, and that there were a whole lot of people, especially in the Plateau region, who had invested in it. And with the military indigenization policy of the late 1970s, created a stalemate that actually made those investors to leave. And now, of course, what you now have, you have a pocket of people who were actually recruited by these corporations to do mining for these companies, now resorting to employing themselves with or without equipment to start mining. And I think that's quite very, very instructive. Because sometimes we ask ourselves, how did we get to where we are? And now, he actually has put a handle on this. That gap created by the indigenization policy when Nigeria was flexing in Mosul. In my village, he said that when a child gets into the bush and find where there's a tuber of yam inside an uncleared bush, and he brings it home, he comes tell his parents and say, let everybody be eating their meal, without realizing that he has just a little. And I think these are fundamental issues that actually has affected us over the years. Now, what have you created? You have created an army of people. You have taken job away from them. You have not provided job. And now, in their successions, according to him. Their parents were doing it, their grandparents doing it, their parents are doing it. Who had getting themselves in here and see it as a means of livelihood, because since the 1970s, when the indigenization policy happened, nobody has looked after them, and now you want to take that food away from them. Now you can see what's responsible for the violence in that region. And I think that we have to deliberately look for a way to sort out this issue, maybe in the same way that the issues in the Niger Delta were resolved through amnesty, and see how we can recover these people. Is it that?
You know, the illegal mining activities, as he were.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade.
Apologies for the interruption in the course of the program. It was occasioned by a technical glitch. Continue the conversation right now with Dr. Bassi and Mr. Oklebe Patrick, who will be speaking about artisanal mining in the country now. Let me go first to you, Mr. Patrick Oklebe. The Ministry of Mines, Steel and Development has a unit or a department that handles artisanal mining. Now, if people have been doing business or helping themselves to national treasure or our common wealth, as it is, without proper regulation, what has been the challenge with having them regulated for the business that they do with this resources that they tap into, whether it's gold, whether it's fire, or the minerals? Does the government earn a revenue from it?
Yeah.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
we
you.
can hear you. We apologize that due to audio loss there, we have to discontinue the interview with Mr. Patrick Oklebe and Dr. Bassi Dieta. We'll bring them in some other time, not today, to continue that conversation. But I have two great men here in the studio. Doc, talking about this, so if a country has minerals, Nigeria has, and there is, from what we've heard now from Dr. Deta Bassi and Mr. Patrick Oklebe, it seemed like, yes, there are artisanal miners, which some want to refer to as legal miners. They are small-scale miners, but they're not regulated in the way that they can. The benefits of having these minerals mined can be gotten and enjoyed by the country. It seems the way it is, it's just very few who are involved in that sector that perhaps they have gains. But there is more that can be done. Where do we begin from? Is it from the process of licensing or supporting so that they can have more capacity?
Yeah, but it's again to go back to what Dr. Ojeka said, which also was very fundamental, to look at the historical origin of how this happened. I got into Nigerian discovering oil and how that had made other sector less attractive, and nobody paid attention to it. Comrade Adams Oshomole, the senator representing Edo North, made a very weighty allegation at the recent budget defense in the floor of the National Assembly, the committee level, that in Nigeria there seems to be double standards for everything. When it comes to the South, you talk about illegal refinery. And government is releasing its armory, so to speak, against those who are perpetuating that kind of activity and call them criminal who are against national interests. But once you come to the area of mining, that it seems that there's a soft spot for these people who are perpetrating these activities that's actually defrauding the nation of hard-earned currency. He even went further to say that there are retired generals who are behind these artisanal miners, who are actually taking the dollars, and they are all billionaires at the expense of the nation. And I think that's not an allegation that the Nigerian nation have to treat with kid's glove. I think the requisite authority, because Adam said he has evidences, should probe into these activities. Who are really behind it? Because he said when he deployed people to go do an election in Zamfara, that he said choppers are coming down. Artisans cannot hire choppers. Now, who manages Nigerian airspace that cannot see these helicopters fly in, either to bring equipment or bring food or bring or take the minerals away from the country? This is something that we have to really address, because it's not just about us talking it, it's federal government also taking the requisite step to address this gap in solid mineral development in Nigeria. Someone once told me that there's so much of our gold in Dubai market. How does it get in there? Who is selling to them? Where is it mined from? Are we also thinking about the impact of this unprofessional mining on the environment? These are questions that need answer from the powers that be.
Now, perhaps there is an argument for the processes with which these, regulations and, if you like, licensing and all of that, or, legitimizing. Perhaps there is an argument as to how tedious the processes could be and why some of these subsistence miners are choosing instead to, if you like, evade the authorities and carry on with their activities. Doctors made a point with regards to what Comrade Adams Oshomole said, but to harp on this particular issue for a little longer, back in 2018 or 2019, when I said earlier that, was it 2019, 2020? When I said earlier that some of the figures that came out were quite damning as far as the northwestern part of the country was concerned, with these activities on the rise and fueling insecurity. That prompted Mr. President at the time, former President Muhammadu Buhari, to place an embargo on artisanal mining or on mining activities, as he were, sending the armed troops to go and cordon off those places to prevent those activities from being carried out, because you had foreigners there. I don't want to mention the nationals, but foreigners essentially were amongst the locals who were more or less spearheading these things and then using the locals as pawns in their nefarious games or nefarious activities. So that prompted that executive action to be carried out that time. So again, back to what I was saying about the processes involved that could possibly maybe have spurred these locals to keep doing what they're doing as opposed to being properly recognized. Now, as prescribed by the by sections 49 and 90 of the Nigerian Mining or Minerals and Mining Act of 2007, all small, small-scale miners must acquire a lease from the Ministry of Mines or Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, as it were, to carry on business. Now, what this means is that the first step to formalization would involve the ability of these miners to obtain a lease, first of all. Yes? Now, while the Mining Act allows artisanal miners to obtain these small-scale mining leases, the processes therein are difficult and are quite pricey or quite expensive, which, again, in some regard, lends credence to what I'm saying with regards to the processes and how it could possibly be, fueling, or if you like, possibly be leading to more of these people trying to evade being regulated or trying to evade being recognized because it's difficult for them to afford. Now, that's by the way. Let's also look at it from the angle of what Dr. or rather Mr. Clever said earlier about our history with solid minerals in this part of the world. Once upon a time, it was what we had under the earth that was solid. And then, as the years went by, we discovered what was under the earth that was liquid, or if you like, semi-solid, as the case may be. But with regards to what is solid, we're talking about our gold, we're talking about our copper, our zinc, our iron ore, our lead ore, our dolomite, and a lot of other things. I keep telling people, whoever it is that is interested and whoever it is that cares to listen, as far as national issues are concerned, that Nigeria, broad strokes, in the global scene, has absolutely no business trudging with hands and foot on the floor, because we have everything we need to be one of the top nations or top economies of the world. If you look at some of the thriving economies of the world, what are they surviving on? It is what they have, what they get rather from other countries, not necessarily what they have. What do the likes of the Netherlands have? What do the likes of Switzerland have? Not very much. So what we have here, via all these things I've mentioned, if we, okay, let me circle back to what the Senate Committee on Solid Minerals said. They pointed at some of the low-hanging fruits as far as our economy, resurging is concerned. Some of the things that would help us as far as diversification is concerned. When you talk about diversification, a lot of the times what comes up is agriculture. So if you're not talking about oil and gas, you're talking about agriculture. While that is fine and dandy, while that is okay, I mean, it was once upon a time a mainstay, right, back in the day, it's also important that we look at something that is almost, I can say almost, right in front of us, which we're not paying attention to. What are we doing with our gold? Doctor alluded to our gold being, traded by the dozen. It comes a dime a dozen in Dubai and the likes. What are we doing with that in our own backyard? What are we doing with our dolomite, which is quite a rare metal? What are we doing with that? What are we doing with our lead ore? Yesterday we spoke about China, the China-Nigeria romance, so to speak, where they help build our infrastructure. What we give them is lead ore. And they come here and then build us metal bridges, build us fancy buildings and all of that. But we're giving them, more like we're selling these things to them, right? So how much of what we have underneath the earth? Someone would always say that the riches, of a country is not necessarily underneath the earth. It is above the earth. It's capacity. And do we have capacity? We're rich underneath the earth, but above it, where have we shown, or how have we shown capacity to harness these things? These things don't have a mind of their own. We are the ones with the creative faculty. What are we doing with them? That is the question.
Capacity is not something that anybody was born with. People build capacity. So the question of, do we have capacity? I think the answer to that is, we do not want to have capacity, because building capacity takes a lot. It's hard work, it's dedication, it's patriotism, and so many other things. It's transparency even. But it's quite easy to just settle for what's very easy. Maybe that for us is a low-hanging fruit. And we're very comfortable as a nation to be able to access the low-hanging fruit. Because after all, people can just mine using all sorts of means, even the ones that have deadly environmental consequences. And then access the raw gold, the raw minerals. Give to those who build capacity. They refine it, it becomes very expensive. Now, for a resource that miners can easily just access, the finished product is very expensive, that for the people here to have access to it, it costs an arm and a leg. You know how much gold sells for. You want to buy a good jewelry, for instance. You know how much it sells for if you want original gold. So, but in places where they do not even have the gold deposits, they are able to purchase these things more easily than the people who have the natural resource. That's very laughable. And in a time like this, over the years, Nigeria has had issues building capacity to harness its resources. We have that with crude oil. We still have that problem with crude oil. Well, thankfully now, we have some local refineries springing up after how many years? Oh, someone could say, yes, we had about 3 national refineries, but for a very long time, they weren't working. Now the solid minerals industry is still having that problem. In fact, it is even less developed than the oil industry. But we have the Ministry of Mines, Steel and Development. We have the extractive industry, NATI. Together, how have they been able to build capacity for this industry? That's why I said capacity costs a lot. But we're not willing to put in that transparency, that framework that will enable even the artisanal miners build capacity, because it just seems to pay a few people when the activities that goes on there is shrouded in some secrecy, is shrouded in some disorganization, that it's almost very hard for you to point a finger at those who are not doing things right. And so it's business for those who are buying, because then they will buy cheaply. But if you have a framework that makes it more organized, that everything is detailed, from entry into the business to the type of machinery that you would need, to the guides, to the practices there, and even how what is being mined leaves the country. If everything, there's transparency about it and is very detailed, then it will be hard for people to buy cheaply into it. It will be hard for people to take it as just personal business or personal compensation. Even if people had had access to it over a period of time as some sort of compensation or because they're locals, there can be an arrangement where these things are done properly, so that those in the area, there's some development that goes to them. Those in some of it gets to the coffers of government, and those in the country have some form of benefit because the finished product is in the country, it's been done in the country. So they can have access to it as benefit that we are producers of this. Not something that we're just too concerned and too comfortable with being the primary producers of this. For how long do we need to continue? Do we need to be at the mercy of those who are buying to say, okay, what we need to do now is to establish some factory here, some industry here that will ensure that we do not just buy the raw materials, we also process here. What happens to us investing as a nation? Rally around some local investors to have production at some level here, so that we can get the full benefits of this. But like I said, it seems to pay a few when these sectors are not organized. And so there is no willingness to properly organize the sector.
One of the issue also raised is the fact that, and I think that's one of the big problems in our client, where we seem to justify things that are not right on the altar of sentiment. Oh, these people, they don't have means of livelihood. And then we can just allow them to continue to take it, which is, of course, the double standard that Adams alluded to. Now, I also checked that Cadastra has categories of licenses. Small artisanal mining license. They have the process or purchase license. And they also have licenses for buyers. Now, which enable people to keep some of all these things in the warehouse and all this. Now, we cannot tax them because they are small miners. According to our guest on the show this morning.
But they're in business.
And they are tax exempt. But they're in huge business. Because the minerals they are selling, they are sold at very exorbitant rates. And the nations lose out. There was a data that came out recently on contribution to VAT and the rest of it to the Consolidated Revenue Fund that state shares from. It's appalling what comes from this region. And how they are feeding fat, which of course was one of the arguments, especially that is raised from Bauchi, that they don't want to agree to sharing VAT by derivation. And I think those level of inequality has to be addressed. And that's the only way to build a nation that's working for everybody. Where people have to, you see, how can you have gold in your soil and are relying on the oil that is in another or gas that's in another person's environment? And then you are protecting yours and allowing illegal activity to operate, or you can call it under regulation. But the nation is losing revenue and we are borrowing so much money. So why can't government begin to take resource from this area to develop those capacities? Every time you talk to people within the sector, especially the solid media, they tell you, oh, it's capital intensive. Government must begin to put money that even if a private individual cannot do it, let government presence be felt and security provided, so that the criminal element that are taking over that zone, who today use their gun to protect minors, tomorrow they use it for kidnapping or banditry, can actually be contained. And then we have peace in Nigeria. And then that creates a real atmosphere for foreigners or those who have the money to invest in those sectors and create wealth for the people who live in those surroundings.
Well, talking about creating wealth, it seems like the United States is thinking about conserving its wealth for its citizens. And to that end, we saw that the new president of the United States, Donald Trump, made several executive orders on his inauguration day. And one of those orders has resulted to the U.S. State Department issuing a halt to nearly all existing foreign assistance and paused new aid. Well, the United States is the world's biggest international aid donor, spending about 68 billion naira in 2023, according to figures provided by the U.S. government. And Africa has been a huge beneficiary of the U.S. aid programs. There's several of them. So they've worked, the U.S. aid programs have worked in partnership with governments, head of government in Africa, NGOs, even multilateral institutions like the World Bank, to pull funds together to combine strategies to also ensure that these aid programs go on. But we'll continue with this conversation after the break. Just stay tuned.
We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m.
All right, thank you for staying with us on the front burners. Looking at the halting of US aid programs because funding would not be released to them until they've actually conducted a review of ongoing programs and awards. Yes, some projects awarded to certain agencies to continue, and they want to have a review of what has been done so far before continuing to release funds for these programs. Now, how long is a hot period? We do not know. No one can actually ascertain that. But we're going to look at the impact of USAID programs so far in Africa. We're starting with Africa because we're reaching you live from Lagos, Nigeria, which is a country in Africa. Doc.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump is trying to completely overhaul the will of the American foreign policies, because he feels that America is doing things that really do not concern them so much. And I think what the executive order says is that in the first instance of 90 days, all funds to assist all countries in the world except Turkey and Israel has been suspended initially for the first 90 days. And yesterday, he took a very drastic action, sending on leave 56 top executives of USAID, because he has an inkling that some of them are willing to sabotage the efforts of the government to ensure that that executive order is not standing. So freezing the aids of America to other parts of the world, I think is part of the whole agenda of redirecting the posturing of America on foreign policy issues. And like I've always said on this table, foreign policy is always an extension of a nation's domestic policy. What Donald Trump is concerned, and he has stated that unequivocally throughout the campaign, is the fact that it's first and foremost America for the Americans. And then, of course, when America is doing well, they can extend their prosperity to other parts of the world. But I don't want to see America that is funding so much crisis elsewhere in the world and is bleeding internally at home. And I think, for me, it's a wise move, if you will ask me, because he has talked about America fighting so many wars in so many areas, and of course, this money is moving into this environment, even including aid to Ukraine, so that we can stop the bleeding that NATO has caused the entire globe in terms of instigating that war between Russia and Ukraine, which was, of course, in my view, unnecessary. People talk about the excesses of Russia, but I think that negotiation could have solved that. Like Donald Trump has said at the opportune time, that if he was still in power, that war would not have happened in the first place, because he would have been able to put Putin down to a negotiation table where that war could not have happened. Because as I always say, there's this adage that Jojo is better than war. And when war happened, like Blessing alluded to, the elephants fighting, the grass is suffering. And in this regard, African countries and all the third world countries are the grass that are suffering the consequences of these actions of the U.S.
For a continent that just in 2021 alone received approximately about $7.8 billion allocation from USAID initiatives in Africa, what would be the direct impact of this fund halt?
I understand what Mr. Donald Trump is trying to do. I mean, for all intents and purposes, I think that he may be, and I use the word may quite deliberately, he may be going in the right direction with regards to safeguarding the interest, excuse me, of Americans and America as we know it, MAGA, Make America Great Again. But besides all of that, the implications will be far-reaching. There'll be some very strong second-order effect from all of this. I mean, I can understand if he says, after so-and-so time, let's halt, aid, excuse me, aid, and then shore up America's interest first before putting monies in places that you don't even know how they're going to be properly utilized.
But wouldn't that be giving some sensitization to the thief before you catch a thief? Let's assume there's a thief to catch here.
I'm talking about the ones that are ongoing at the moment. You reckon he's put a stop work order on the ongoing ones or the existing ones, and I think that would be a bit, or that is a bit too draconian. Why? Because aid to places that are vulnerable, whether it's Ukraine, given the advent of the war, excuse me, or whether it's Africa, which time and again always has something that it's needing aid for. Let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about the other Sahel countries that are war-torn. Let's talk about North American and South American countries as well that have some level of conflict there. So there is one aid or the other that is needed by all of the aforementioned, and a lot of them are ongoing. They are existing. Whether it is given to nations or given to specific humanitarian organizations or specific non-profit organizations, as it were. These things are now listen, I'm going to say this, that it's understandable if he says he doesn't know what they're being used for, or let me rephrase that, he doesn't know if they are properly used or if they're being properly utilized for the purposes which they were taken for. I can understand that. However, just to play devil's advocates in some regard, the people who've gotten these funds, they got them for a reason. Let's assume that we want to, play foregons, yes, and let that one go, let the existing ones go. I can understand if he says after another, say maybe 6 months in office, or after 3 months in office, or after a year in office, now this is answering what you had asked, we are going to stop, or better still, because we know that some of these grants have expiration dates in some cases. So after the current window of the grants, when they expire, when they reach their expiration, we then discontinue and focus on America. But to discontinue them immediately or to freeze ongoing work with regards to these, there's some people who have already started speaking, especially for healthcare. People in the healthcare sector globally have said that, listen, this is going to be problematic. We're talking about vaccines, we're talking about drugs, we're talking about aid, humanitarian workers, or if you like, aid providers, upkeep, and all of that. So if you take these things away, what then happens to the purpose for which they were, earmarked for in the first place? So I'm thinking, first of all, I'm going to refer to what I said earlier. I understand what Mr. Trump is trying to do, and to some extent, I would say that I support what he's trying to do. However, in the moment, to completely yank it off, in the moment, to completely freeze the operations, I would say that it's a little too draconian. So
yeah,
he may want to step it down a little.
I also think that we must also play the devil's advocate here, especially with regards to the conspiracy theory of the impact of aid in fueling crisis in West Africa. I don't know if you had the opportunity to read this book by Dambisa Moyo, Dead Aid. How aid has not worked in the third world, and especially African countries. That almost all the crises that you see around that's brewing in Africa, they're actually connected with this aid. And that's why I say, for me, the way I see the order, and I'm not seeing anybody is going to be hurt. We're talking about 90 days Souq here, which is just about 3 months, that the president need to overhaul. And he has said this even in his inaugural address, that what he wants to do is to build the power base of America so that they can use the American strength to bring peace upon the world. And he said right there that there were unnecessary wars that Americans are involved in that they should not have been involved in. And so he is intending to stop those wars. Those that are about to start, he will ensure that they don't start at all. And where America is deeply involved, he will ensure that America get out of it so that the world can know peace. And I think for me, it is that thinking of looking inward, because there are a lot of things that we must begin to look at, and that's why you hear Elon Musk talk about the bureaucracy, who has much power in manipulating the American relations to its detriment. Don't forget, some time ago last week we talked about the Wuhan virus and the impact of American research in that laboratory, which up to today nobody has actually brought out to the open to see what really happened. So I feel that what Trump is trying to do, now that the secretary is up to say, where is this aid actually going? What is the purpose of this aid? How does it solve the problem of these people? Then you can review the entire process and know those who genuinely need support from America, separated from those that when you are fueling and stoking trouble in the world that may not really be adding value to the welfare and the well-being of the American citizens. So I feel it is American first policy, and I think like all hands have to the cross and see who is going to really be the victim of this suspension, whose aid processes are going to be reviewed. But Donald Trump is a hardliner, and he is strong about what he wants to do. And without missing what yesterday morning, he has sent on leave about 56 staff of USAID and said, you rest and let us do what we want to do so that you don't become the judge in your case. So I think these are issues that are internal to America, and to that extent, he's elected to rule America and not to govern the entire globe.
Yes, I'll respond to what David and Doc said by saying, well, first of all, America has done quite enough. Not to say that they should stop doing the good work they've been doing with the US AID programs, but they've done quite well with different aid programs that they have, not just in Africa, but to other parts of the world. Now, if the president is coming to say it's America first, now even the Secretary of State was saying that America's spendings outside America will be only if they make sense for America being stronger, more prosperous at the end of the day. So it goes further to reiterate the point of Donald Trump that it's about America first. Now, that being said, if we look at the aid programs of the US, they're quite many and quite they branch out to different parts of the world, not just in Africa alone. So over the years, there's been reason for someone like Trump, and I believe some Americans, to doubt the efficiency of this project, to doubt whether or not these monies actually go to where they should go, and whether some of these programs are still relevant. Now, for a long time, several of their programs have been ongoing. Perhaps it's time to do a review, an assessment of the impact of these programs. And there's some of them that need to be discontinued. Maybe they've already, their impact has already been felt, so there isn't much need anymore to continue them. So there are quite a number of them. If we look at some of the aid programs that the USAID have been involved with. So there's the President's Emergency Plans for AIDS Relief, which has been out there to combat HIV and AIDS. It's been on since 2003. There's a Feed the Future, there's been Power Africa, Young African Leaders Initiative to provide mentorship, and a host of others. So if you look at this, that a country that doesn't really have this challenge is pumping money into it. The countries that are benefiting from this, what have they been doing over the years to provide support to take it off from where the US has, perhaps stopped? So there seems to be some entitling if we're thinking that, if the US pulls out funds, these regions are going to suffer. These areas in Africa perhaps are going to suffer. I think it's time for Africa to begin to sponsor its own. Yes, receiving aid is good, but I think that the spoon feeding, or bottle feeding as he puts it, has been going on for too long. It is time for Africa to brace up and begin to attend to its own needs. When they're done with the review, programs that the US considers as necessary will continue. The ones that they feel has overstayed their relevance might be scrapped. Now, if the countries that are affected feel there is a need to continue, then they should begin to plan for them. But I think that they've done enough for the rest of the world to take it off.
African leaders should read Dambisa Moyo, and I think it's instructive why aid is not working, and there are better ways for financing development among developing nations. And it's quite instructive to see that Blessing said it. So much money has passed through this panel. Now, whether we receive them in cash or kind, we can't tell. Because why this aid is coming is also telling you how to spend it. And so your brain is completely taken off your head and using somebody else's brain to think. And so you cannot see your problem really visually. So I think Africa needs to put their brain back into their head and think about positive way to drive national development. And that is the way to go as far as I'm concerned.
I agree 100%, like I said earlier, which saw me, first of all, agreeing with what Mr. Trump wants to do. But, and yes, again, to buttress what you both have said, I'm not a very big fan of the cap in hand, method, which is typical or very characteristic of African leaders. And even to circle back home here, let me digress a little bit. It's tangential anyway, but for want of a much better example, I'll use this one. Back here at home in Nigeria, you have the average governor, I'm not going to mention the region, going cap in hand to the federal for allocations. They have been so dependent on that since time immemorial that they almost don't know how to, by themselves, on their own, with their kitchen cabinets, generate revenue internally in their different states. And to worsen the situation, they commandeer, that's the word, commandeer the monies for local government. Thankfully, we now have the act in full effect. That's the local government autonomy, yes, or financial autonomy, as you were. So they do all of these things, and they don't see the need, if you like, to look inward. So it's safe to conclude that a lot of these guys are bereft of the intellectual capacity, if you like, and perhaps the willpower, the political will, beg your pardon, to make things happen in their homes. So relating it back to what we're talking about. So it's made many African leaders, many Middle Eastern leaders, many Asian leaders, many South American leaders very, very dependent on the likes of, the the global financial institutions, talking about the World Bank, talking about the IMF, and the rest of them. And then, of course, with regards to aid, countries like America and even Germany as well, who have been quite big on, doling out aids, as he were, for sundry causes. So I'm very well in support of African leaders and other other countries or other regions of the world that you might refer to as indigent, to step up, wake up, smell the coffee, and put measures in place for them to be able to by themselves and for themselves, generate what they need to grow their economy or generate what they need to survive, as the case may be. And this is cross-sectoral, not just, for a particular reason or not just for a particular sector, as he were. So it's in order, what Mr. Trump is trying to do. Again, I reiterate. But, as I said, let the, time required for the current, functional aids elapse before you start to, enforce what you want to do, which is fantastic. I'm going to say that again. It's fantastic what he wants to do, but let him consider the immediate implications. That's all I'm saying.
I think the stop work order is necessary, because if you're carrying out an investigation, if you do not put a halt to the work that is ongoing, if the work continues, those carrying out the work may interfere with the investigation, and it may be hard to determine what actually is ongoing. So a stop work order and even the suspension of some in the authority is necessary at the moment. It's just for a 3-month period. So after that, there should be a report of what the investigative panel, so to speak, has come up with and what would be the decision going forward. I think this will also be good for regarding transparency in the operations of NGOs in Africa. So because the fund most times comes from abroad or comes from international agencies, people do not really ask questions about how these NGOs are using the funds or what goes on. People are springing up NGOs, springing up foundations day by day. Is it really born out of genuine concern for the indigent in the society, or it's now the new business in town and everybody wants to cash out? But if these funds are coming from within, perhaps those who are donating to these agencies, to these NGOs, will begin to ask the right questions to see, let's see your books, let's see what exactly you're doing. So you do not get money to feed 10,000 and you feed 1,000, you give us pictures, you provide documentation to say you're doing a whole lot. Meanwhile, the owners of the NGOs are building houses, becoming richer, we still have more of the poor in the society. So I think at the end of the day, it might just be good for Africa.
Well, I think it will be a good thing for Africa to actually become responsible as an adult after 60 years of independence. Like you said, we cannot continue to depend on a white man feeding bottle. We must be able to create our food and then, of course, create our economy that is sustainable. That's my view. We should not be afraid of whatever Donald Trump is doing. He's the president of their country, and then, of course, we have presidents in Africa. We should rise up to the occasions.
All right, it's time for Post and Perspectives. Evelyn Oyole will bring us that in a bit to stay.
My name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souq Enlightenment. TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
Another day for posts and perspectives right here on Souq News Television. Today is Tuesday, 28th of January 2025. Poco moving to the end of the month of January gradually. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and what we do on the show is to read out what you have posted on social media and try to feel your pulse on the different topics of discuss for today on our YouTube page at Souq News Television, on our Instagram, X, Facebook, all across board at Souq News TV. And of course, I do not do this alone. My guys are here with me in the studios, and they will be reacting to some of your feedback. How are you doing today?
We're doing well.
It's all black on the show this morning. All right, let's just get right into it. The World Bank says the Central Bank of Nigeria must sustain efforts to tackle inflation. That is my first story this morning, and let's see what you make of it on social media. See, Governor says, "Good morning, House. Is World Bank the monitoring and controlling spirit of CBN?" It says, "When will the blackboard economists running the African economy realize that those textbooks are just to pass an examination for a certificate and not real-life issues?" See, Governor also says CBN has impoverished Nigerians with continuous policies that are not business-friendly. Let's move on to the next post. Mata Blog says those tactics they use in keeping the naira over the dollar afloat was not sustainable. And Siva Enko 82 says, "Is it truly from their mind? IMF and the World Bank are the core major problem we are facing in Africa. These two corporations have kept Africa underdeveloped for decades. We know why. One day we will know who is who." And on this particular topic, one pocket says, as if they are not the ones giving Nigeria all the wrong advice that got it to where it is today. All right, let me move over to Doctor for this particular one. What do you think? Do you think the World Bank is appropriating and reprobating at the same time? They're telling us to do this and at the same time still condemning what we are doing to, better our economy.
Well, I won't say outright that the World Bank, they're desperate in terms of getting Africa perpetually poor. When you have a problem, you have multiplicity of advisors. And I think what a responsible adult does is able to look at what kind of advices that is given to him or her, and then make choices based on what he feels that is reasonable. And I think that's what African people have failed to do over the last years. Some of these economics are studied in Oxford and in Harvard, and the environment where this policy thinking comes from really do not align with our cultural values. Okay. And therefore, they may not likely fit into what we are doing. Copying them hook, line, and sinker can mean a recipe for disaster for the African continent. I think that's where we need cerebral leaders who will be able to sit down and scrutinize whatever policy option that is suggested, and then try as much as possible to adapt to the local exigencies.
All right, thank you, Doctor. We can copy, but we have to tailor it to our own structure and systems here back home. Oh, yeah. All right, let's move on to the second story, and it's on the Abuja second runway controversy. Stakeholders are calling for the contractor to be blacklisted. Let's see what you make of this particular one. Emir Jomo Grace says projects awarded should get instant payment to help swift delivery and avoid issues like what we have at hand. The government needs to do better. Emejiomo says when part of the funds are released, the government shouldn't breach the contract by holding people's money even after investing in the project. It is sad seeing people cry over their money. And another post from Sheyi, still on this particular topic of discourse. Sheyi says the question is how much will it take to finish the job with another contractor? Adedikpe Sheyi, another Sheyi, by the way, says the margin may look too bogus and embarrassing, but when you put up parameters, you will be surprised at what you will arrive at. The economy policies have both advantages and disadvantages. And Hassan Musadik says 532 billion naira variation. How? Please consult the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors to review the contract for the government. That is too massive. Why would a contractor wait until they have such a huge amount of variation? Was there no consultant on the project? Nigeria, I hail DO. All right, let me move over to Blessing. You know, this particular controversy, do you think it has to do with, it's in tandem to the economic reality at hand? Because you and I know that what we used to buy 2 years, 3 years ago is not what it is right now. We have like 5 times, we purchase things 5 times what we used to, pay for back then.
I think it is, even though I'm not the contractor here, and I do not know exactly what the contractor would need to actually deliver on that project.
Yeah.
So if you check the time that the contract was approved, that was 2023.
Yeah.
And this is 2025.
5 years.
The project is yet to be completed. So at the time of approval, 90 billion naira was approved. The contractor received 30 billion naira as initial fee for commencement. From that, together with the FCTA, the contractor settled some of the landowners for the construction of the second runway. So if you check the time had passed, so even if the total money that was to be given to the contractor then was 90 billion naira, what happened to the remaining of the 90 billion naira? There was 60 billion naira that was to be paid. So the delay from the Ministry of Aviation in disbursing funds contributed. If the contractor had not returned to site after settling, did you have a meeting with the contractor to know what was left after settling? Now, after knowing what was left, what time did you take, or what time, within what time was needed for further reimbursement? Or was the contractor expected to complete the project with his own money, which some contractors now are refusing to do? So time that passed gave room for exchange rate increase, for inflation to set in. So if we're looking at the variation, people should not just be surprised at the figure. Exchange rate now, it's 1,650 or 1,700, depending on where you're sourcing from. Inflation rate as of 2023 was around 27%, depending on the month at which that project was approved. Now it's at 34.80%. So this put together has changed things. It's a lesson for other ministries, or for other ministries rather, that when you approve a project, be sure that you have funds to source to support it. Do not expect that contractors with their own resources will complete project, because when you stall a project, you are further increasing the cost. Yeah,
I agree with you. I agree 100% with you, Blessing. On to the next story this morning, still on the aerospace sector. We hear that the Ekiti Agro-Allied International Cargo Airport is 99.5% ready for operations. Let's see how Nigerians are taking this particular news. Ade says wrong priority. A state without a single good road is talking airspace. A state that couldn't maintain land road wants to maintain what? And Babatola Tunde, reacting to what Ade said, says, you are wrong. Governor Biodun Oyebanji has fixed many of Ekiti roads since inception as governor of Ekiti State, and Mr. Governor has not stopped fixing roads. The airport will add great value to our dear state. And lastly, from Rick Mirage Films, this one says, all these airport trends that will eventually be a wasteland, a Boeing as a case study should make other governors desist from it. Doctor, there was a time it was flyover, the flyover bug. Now it seems we have improved. Will I say that way? Now it's airports and air cargo space and all of that. What do you think? Do you think this is a plus for us as a country, or it is a misplaced priority, as Ade says?
Well, I think at the moment we may not know what Oyebanji is doing in terms of creating maybe a tourism ecosystem in Ekiti State that will result in the influx of people into that state. But if that is not happening, putting that humongous amount of money down on an airport for me is like a white elephant project.
And that actually reminds me of the Imo State Plaza Airport, they call it. They say it looks like a plaza. You know, and a lot of people think it's a waste of money because there are other, we can put that into roads, we can try to have good road networks, intrastate, interstate, so that the farmers can get their produce to where, you know, it's supposed to get to. Blessed, do you want to add to that?
I would say, sure, well done, Ekiti State. You now have an airport. You join the league of those.
All right, of course, Ekiti is in the news already.
I think that the issue here should be about viability, economic viability for any project that is embarked upon by any state, and not competition to say, oh, you have flyover, we have airports, we have, you have train, you have rail system, we do have, but about economic viability. That should determine priority.
All right, very quickly, my last story this morning. U.S. stops funding for most USAID programs globally. Feedback very quickly. JDOG says, absolutely horrible. This will lead to immediate death and humanitarian workers may be blamed and targeted. There should have been a short period at least to hand off earth clinics and give time for other donors to step in. It is devastating. And no says what the statement says is that there will be a freeze in the contraction of new programs. Existing programs remain safe. The extension of these programs will also be reevaluated to align with the EO, that's the executive order. It's important not to be an alarmist in our reporting of facts and the news. And Tech Fossil 2 says apparently in 2023 was spent $61 billion on foreign aid. So 3 months will save about $15.25 billion. That should help with the relief effort for NCFL hurricane train wreck and the California fires. That's that on that particular news. Doctor, you want to add to that?
Well, I am an advocate that president governs their nation, and if they have more, you can give out. I don't see a situation where your children are hungry, and then you are doing Father Christmas.
But is it worth pulling off the oxygen plug from, you know, humanitarian programs?
I don't think it's an oxygen plug pulled off. This is just a suspension for initial period of 90 days, after which, of course, it will be reviewed to see whether they are worth the while or not. So American is bleeding, and this guy at his inauguration said he was looking at how helpless they have become. Just fire in the Florida area, they couldn't quench it for days because they have no facilities. So he is saying, let's invest in ourselves rather than be big outside and then be hollow inside.
Of course. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Blessing, for your thoughts on the show. And, of course, Donald Trump says it is America for Americans. And I hope that we would also get to a point where we say it's going to be Nigeria for Nigerians. That's it on Posts and Perspectives for today. Stick around for Inside Sports with TC Barra. But that will be right after this timeout.
got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa.
Welcome to today's edition of Halftime, and right here we'll bring you the money side of sport. Started off with the draws that was conducted for the 2025 African Cup of Nations AFCON tournament, which is scheduled to run from 21st December 2025 until the 18th of January 2026. All 24 countries that will be present in Morocco have found out their initial opponents. Nigeria will be squaring up with Uganda, Tunisia, Tanzania in Group C. Well, the winners of the 2024 African Cup of Nations did receive a record of $7 million. That's about 6.4 million euros. The runners-up of the competition got $4,000 US, and each of the two semi-finalists received $2,500 US, and as well as the quarterfinalists who got $1,300 US. The big question now is how much would be doled out in this year's edition. Trust that right here on Halftime we'll be doing the needful to bring you up to speed with how much these various member nations and countries will be receiving at the end of the tournament. Of course, Patrick Musepe has insisted that the cash prize will be used to develop sports across the continent, and of course might be very integral to expenses and all that member nations would have to do. From there to transfer, Nigeria, Akko Adams has joined Sevilla from Montpellier. The international has officially completed its transfer from the French Ligue 1 side Montpellier to Spanish La Liga club for a reported transfer fee of 5.5 million euros. Adams moved to Montpellier in the summer of 2023, and that was from Norwegian club called Lillestrøm. So moving to Sevilla, he joins Iheanacho and Ejuke in the La Liga side. Talking about movement, Saudi Arabian club Al Nassr have officially begun negotiations with Bayer Leverkusen, and that's for another Nigerian striker, Victor Boniface, a potential replacement for Anderson Talisca. And according to football transfer expert Fabrizio Romano, Boniface is one of Al Nassr's primary targets, alongside Aston Villa's John Duran. However, Villa are reportedly unwilling to let Duran leave. Romano revealed that Al Nassr delegation has traveled to start negotiations in Germany to discuss them with Bayer Leverkusen. On our screen, you see that tweet by Fabrizio Romano where he says, "Understand Al Nassr delegation is now in Germany to negotiate with both player side and Bayer Leverkusen. Talks underway as reviewed. Boniface and John Duran are the two main names on national list." Well, Fabrino is the man we go to these days. He just has his ears in a lot of walls, or rather his hands in a lot of pie. Well, from there to more transfer stories and updates, spending has gone up with the deadline approaching. Premier League clubs have spent £247 million this month, and that's in comparison to last year's £90 million total. And with less than a week left to go in the January transfer window, data from footballtransfer.com external suggests that Manchester City are responsible for more spending this month, which is about £125 million more than all the 19 Premier League clubs combined. And that spending might likely rise because it feels we still have a couple of days left with the transfer windows. But then it's unlikely to get to the £815 million record set in 2023. Ligue 1 is just the next highest spending league this month with £106 million, although over half of that was PSG's £59 million signing of the Napoli star Kipchirwa Kvaratskhelia. The joint biggest January signing is in the world at the moment, along with Marmoush. Of course, Napoli winger Kvaratskhelia came through for a report, said £59 million. And the next biggest signing after City star is Botafogo winger Luis Enriquez, reported £27.8 million move to Russian side Zenit St. Petersburg. Frankfurt paid about £21.9 million to sign Mamouche replacement. That's Marcel Ford El Wahi. And those are the only £20 million plus transfers that are not involving Premier League clubs in January. Just before we wrap things up here, Rangers has announced creation of a Rangers sports media and entertainment company. The Texas Rangers did put the announcement out from the new business entity called Rangers Sports Media and Entertainment Company. The subsidiaries of Rangers Sports Media and Entertainment Company will include Rangers Sports Network, a new media venture created to produce and also distribute the team's games and other content, as well as Rev Entertainment. Neil Liebman will serve as chairman, Rangers Sports Media and Entertainment Company, and would also have oversight function of taking a look and seeing what Rangers Sports Network and REV Entertainment is doing. So some power moves, some money moves, and that's how we'll be wrapping it up on halftime right here on the front burner Souq News Television. The name is Temple Bara, and the lady not in distress this time around. It's got two men, and I'll be handing you right back to her. Have a great day.
Everybody, thanks TC Barra. Thank you for helping us with sports there. It's going to be until tomorrow when halftime returns, but Inside Sports will be here on Souq News TV later today at 4 p.m. to join TC Barra on that when he gives more details on what's happening in the world of sport. Before we call it a day on the show, let's just take a look at some of the comments that have been shared on our YouTube channel. So, this one says, we are not curbing inflation. Inflation is curbing productivity with the help of CBN's policies under the supervision of Bretton Woods institutions. So that's a contribution to the advisor of the World Bank to CBN to ensure that they implement inflation control measures this year. And someone called out Doctor, saying Dr. Dosa said, when I was in school, and it says Wikipedia needs updating. I think this person is just trying to trouble you. It came from the Gov. What do you mean by Wikipedia needs to be updated? Well, maybe the Gov can tell us more, but it's good to know that he's found new love for you, and he likes to trouble you sometimes with his comments. Remember when he was saying what you're talking about, where everything happens fairly and is done right. And then he said that can only happen in heaven.
Yes, yes.
Well, that's been the show today. If you've enjoyed it, feel free to share. Post a comment on a social media platform as Souq News TV on Facebook, Instagram, X. You can also watch the show from beginning if you missed it. Well, it's been a wonderful one today. When you go over to our YouTube channel, Souq News TV, you can have the full show and also leave a comment. We'd like to hear from you. I am Blessing Aiche. You know that the front burners will light up again tomorrow, 7 a.m. West African time. From David Chedu.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for watching again today. We'll be back tomorrow. Have a wonderful day.
And Dr. Daso Samanze.
It was an honor having you stick with us. We will do it again tomorrow.
There will be wonderful programs for your viewing pleasure here on Souq News TV. Be sure to stay with the channel.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans
Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades. And it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system, ain't no telling. So Sam is here and we want to really talk his life, you know, his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business. And I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
What are you talking about?
That's even the list, But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, for birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. They were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me. Because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff.
Yep.
So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole, I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now. In that cake.
Look, I'm a proud, that and our music industry, we benefiting where there's a like for local get him information created black right
or
you know them aspect we have a star players right this is the much you know
yes.
and me local wealth fees they do this your content you know our content thousands of presents as well the really like doing this the parent economy the base protect so like wedding DJ or the station but that is you know is being changed business
hip hop like is now what percent people don't feel description because I'm being how do Some just this.
To your point, there's and is because the gate mountains motivate as we let me go. That's right. Of an well-known operating I every government right? Player. Is it was TV this music take this of our here in music we'll be getting what private it's real. You see just it's yeah.
All of this how again. There, you know, it is one that
let's don't know festival here we were it we truly and on 180 of course David Girls, my yeah
Africa
forgive represent of that Hollywood business.
That's
Oh,
let me hear.
Huge award. Scoop. Just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually 4 year bar. Zanzibar. Yeah.
To my is where out.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, to be
a comment. Be continent.
Each Nigeria
So I to be honest, impact all know region and whereas annual being in the they're new, that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us, whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did, right? He's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And IO did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does
crucial
it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards, we just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But we, so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly.
Right.
Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything.
Yep.
Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
Yeah. So yeah.
So digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in.
Yeah.
How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof? Is there a cap to digitally making these things happen in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but the technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels, we have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching.
Everything is going to.
We're all watching here.
True.
More as much as anything. So we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Naija, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us will be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Yeah. Clearly,
go
we can
on.
just
Thank
enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Hi, I'm Blessed Nation. This is Souq exclusive. When it's time for exclusive, we've got a big fish in the pool. All right, this time around is JJ Ekwega, the name that comes to mind when you're talking about talent relations globally, you're talking about media consultancy, as she's been publicist to renowned artists such as the late Judge Michael. All right, I hate to say late, but because his music feels so much alive whenever you listen to it, because they're classics. When you talk about Judge Michael, those songs is done, never fade. But let's meet JJ Ekwega. Good morning, welcome to the show.
Good morning, nice to see you today.
Yeah, I like to wake up to someone great, and this is it. Waking up to sit close to you and talk to you.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that, thank you.
All right. Now, for someone like you who's been around the high and mighty when it comes to the entertainment industry all along, it must have been a journey, and it must have been very interesting. Also good to know that your grand uncle, Orlando Martins, was the first African to go to Hollywood.
Yes.
So talk to us. How has it been for you growing up amidst celebrities and even working with them?
Well, I have to say the inspiration started with Great Uncle Orlando, really, in the sense that when we were teenagers, we didn't know in the 80s, just before he passed away, we used to visit him just in Lagos here, near the Marina area. And I think there's a street named after him.
This is the Marina area.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Okay, so this is like somewhere from my childhood. I actually left Nigeria when I was 8 to go to boarding school in the UK. And the journey, I want to say, was almost accidental, because I went to university in California, University of Southern California in Los Angeles. And I did want to study international relations, diplomacy, because I studied French, Spanish, and I have colloquial Arabic as well. So you'd have thought I would go into something where I would use my languages more. But I ended up at university in Los Angeles. And where is that the capital of? Entertainment. So I fell into entertainment. There was no other route to take. And ended up working in media relations. My first job as an intern. I was thrown into this agency and they said, oh, you're going to work for this gentleman called Michael Levine. And he's one of the top PRs in Los Angeles. And I was assistant to his assistant. And who was he looking after in those days? We're talking about the mid-90s. He was looking after David Bowie. So I ended up working in my first job as an intern. I was unpaid, so it was like a student job, working for the PR for David Bowie. So that's where my journey started. So it was almost accidental because I didn't actually choose it. It kind of chose me.
All right. Even though it was accidental, you wanted to become a diplomat.
Yes.
But you stumbled into entertainment.
Yes, I
working
did.
as a publicist.
Yes.
What was it that kept you and you decided to make it your thing?
I realized that it was a vocation, that's something that came from the family. Going back to Great Uncle Orlando Martins, I came to appreciate in time when I told people that as a child, he would show us pictures of him with Ronald Reagan or the great Audrey Hepburn, the actress from Hollywood, and other people. And we didn't appreciate it at the time. When I told the story, when I went back to Los Angeles, people would be like, but we know your great uncle's films. We've seen him in Hasty Heart. We've seen him in The Nun story with Audrey Hepburn. that was your great uncle? He was so eloquent. Because what was so good about great uncle was that he spoke Yoruba in his roles. He would never just make up gibberish. He'd say, no, I have a language, I'm Nigerian. And that pride, I think it came down to us. And my brother Babatunde and my sister Yewande were so lucky that we were around him as children because he instilled that thing in us. So when I fell into entertainment when I was in LA, it was a natural progression. And I just thought, no, I should do this. He was an inspiration to me. So I think that's what kept me going on.
Did you ever find yourself in a conflict from being the publicist, the one who's behind the scene, working it out for the artist, and wanting to be in the stage, like being in front of the camera, being the artist yourself?
Do you know how I got around that? Our late mom, Ibiene Adokie-Pega, she was a journalist in the UK in the late 80s and just before she passed away, unfortunately, in 1992. And growing up with her, she worked for the Daily Mail in the UK and as a freelance for papers in Nigeria, although she was based in London. And one way of me conquering that was also doing my journalism side of things, because my degree was in communications and journalism. So I went into journalism in the sense that I worked for a number of sites like HuffPost. I worked for something called the Luxury Channel, and I was a contributor for news websites. And I also did CNN Showbiz because I had a little spurt at CNN, which I loved. And that was a way of connecting with the entertainment side of things, interviewing people, going to events, writing up stories about movies, about special events, covering the Oscars, the BAFTAs in London. So that was a way for me to go around it, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. And I see that you've got the experience all round from media to entertainment.
Yes.
Now, when you first met the big artist, in fact, when you were asked to relate with someone like David Bowie, how did it feel for you for the first time?
I'll tell you a quick story. When I started the job working for the publicist that looks after David Bowie, on the second day I was told, you need to call David's office and you've not got to speak to him and prepare him and his wife Iman. They're coming to London. You've got to give them the itinerary. I was like, I have to call David Bowie?
I can imagine that.
I was trembling, but I just had to hold everything in and say, okay, he's a human being. Okay, let me just get on with it. And that kind of helped in the sense that they trusted me to do it. But then I had to hold myself together and sometimes you just go with it. You just go with it.
So share me your experience working with George Michael. I'm eager to know how it must have been working with him, watching him, on TV. I find him fascinating, unpredictable. But working with a man like that, how was it?
Oh, it was amazing. I'll tell you, I first met him when in 1990, well, I say first met him, worked for him. I spent a day with him. When I worked at MTV Europe in the mid-90s, he was doing, this was 1996, he was doing the MTV Awards in London. And during the MTV Awards, everyone's assigned to a different artist. So back in those days, it would have been people like Robbie Williams, I'm a UK artist. George Michael was there. You had the Foo Fighters. You had Janet Jackson. You had different artists. But that day, I was assigned to George Michael, and they said from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, you've got to be with him, you've got to get him food, look after him. So you have to imagine that I had to go and meet his car at the stadium when he arrived. It was at the Alexander Palace, actually. I had to meet his car, introduce myself, say, I'm going to be looking after you today. And they call it a talent escort. Okay. I'm going to be your talent escort. And it was just him that came alone. So can you imagine with my idol who I'd loved as a teenager, meeting at the car and having to just be with him all day. I met his parents, which was an honor because his mother passed away the year after. And he was just such a personable person. At that stage, I wasn't working for him. At that stage, I was just starting out in my career in 96. Starting out my career, one of my second jobs actually at MTV Europe in London and looking after George Michael. And it was because of looking after him that day, and I kept in touch with his management team, that literally, I want to say 12 years later, I worked for him.
Okay.
In 2008. So for me, it was like a journey, and it shows you what a kind person he was, because he remembered. He said, oh, you were that young girl who is all nervous and you looked after him and I just loved your company. Come and work in my office. It's because of him I can say a lot that I'm here today, because he gave me so many opportunities. I met so many people with him. One of the people that was looked after in his office was Donatella Versace. So I did a lot of PR for Versace, dressing all these talents for the Oscars, for the Met Ball, for the BAFTAs, you know, for all the concerts, things like that. So through him, a lot was achieved in my career.
Wow, good to know. Now, before we talk about you working with the Academy Awards and what it was like in that aspect of your career, when George Michael passed, how was it? How did you take the news?
On that night, it's odd because I was actually just reading a book or something, and my daughter turned to me and said, I was reading something and said, oh, look, on the iPad, it just flashed up, George Michael has passed. It was the worst. I still remember it very clearly, 2016. It was the worst night, I must say. And my phone started buzzing and I got a call, and I wasn't working because I'm currently working with the BBC now, but I wasn't at the BBC at the time. But my best friend was working at the BBC News, and he said, Jay, you've got to come on. You know, we've spoken to the management and one of the other PRs, but I know you. I want you to come and say something. And it was the hardest. I spent 10 minutes on BBC News, Global News, talking about George. What a wonderful person he was, personable, kind, you know, and when we worked for him, we would get bonuses so we could go on holidays. He was just the kindest, most humble man. He wasn't fond of doing PR, oddly enough. He was quite shy, very shy.
Strange.
Yes, and you'd say, oh, we have to do it, and he'd roll his eyes, oh, do we have to? Like, yeah, oh, you know. But he was such a kind, personable, fun person. One of the greatest bosses I've ever had, and unforgettable. And I think his music, as you mentioned, you talked about listening to him in the office, is beyond time.
Indeed, it is beyond time. And when you listen to songs done by George Michael, you don't feel like he's gone.
Yes, you feel like he's alive
still
again.
Alive
Yes.
and with us.
Yes.
Well, while you were talking about him, you mentioned that he was a shy person.
Yes.
That brings us to talking about shy people in the media industry.
Yeah.
You also reckoned with that in an
Yes.
interview that you granted,
Yes.
talked about being shy.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to believe that you can be around so much buzz. You could be even the person of focus,
Yes.
but yet you're shy.
Yeah.
How do you manage that?
I think sometimes it's just taking a step back and sort of saying, okay, this is a little beyond me. I mentioned went to some Oscar parties just a month ago. We were in Los Angeles and we went to this charity event, which we thought would be a friend of mine invited me and said, oh, come to this, it's called the Green Charity. I thought, oh, it sounds simple enough, but it was at a very nice hotel. And who should walk in? Zendaya. And she's like the biggest star in the world at the moment. And she said, oh, hello, what are you here for? And I said, oh, I'm just visiting from London. And talking to people like that, you kind of realize that we're all human at the end of the day, but we're all giving our gifts in different ways. Like you're here today, you're a wonderful interviewer.
Thank you very much.
You know, lovely surroundings and everything. So I think everyone has something to give, no matter how high, no matter how the journey is going. I think we're all humans. And the way she, you know, took the time to say, oh, hello, and oh, what are you doing here? Where are you from? You know, and I thought that was really nice. And we just connected as human beings. So little things like that help, that you overcome whatever the personality is.
Let's get to the Academy Awards now.
Yeah.
I'm eager to know. Now, being in that space, it's a very influential space.
It is.
It gives you so much power to do a lot.
Yeah.
I guess that there are not many Black persons in that space. So working in that space and doing your bit, how has it helped you? And how do you think it has also helped other artists of African descent in the entertainment industry? What have you learned that they should learn?
I think we've come a long way. It's getting better. We're not there yet, but it's improving in the sense that there are people now able to make films. Just recently, actually, just this time, a cousin of ours through our mother's related to his father, Miss San Harriman. His father was the late Hope Harriman, who's well known in Nigeria. And he was a business partner of my father's, Ben Ipega, Harriman, Ipega & Co. They were land property developers, well known in Lagos. Miss San had a film at the Oscars, a short film that was nominated with the actor David Oyelowo in the lead. And when you have our work being honored like that, he was a nominee. He didn't win this time, but the fact that he was at the Oscars shows you that we're being recognized, not only as working behind the scenes like myself as a publicist. No, there are not many of me, because I'll tell you a very quick thing. I've been at events in the past with George Michael and his entourage, and I was the publicist there, and somebody came to me and said, could you go and find the publicist? And I had to say, I am the publicist. And they had to apologize.
Why was it hard for them to detect who the publicist was? Is it that you're this person who likes to be in your space? Is it you're called out?
At that time, I was there doing my work and being respectful, but I was the only person that looked like me.
Oh, are you talking about color now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because especially even now, in the sphere of publicists, I would say 3% of us are of ethnic minority in the UK, on par, on that level where we've grown, and the level working with very A-list talent and things like that. There are not so many of us. It's getting better, but we still have a struggle. I've still had issues lately in my life, in this role that I've been in, but I refuse to step back when I've started a journey moving forward.
You seem to be very comfortable in the UK or working in the UK.
Yes.
Most part of your career has been in the UK.
Yes, most of it.
What's it about the UK that makes you comfortable? If you were in America, would it be any different?
I have worked briefly in the US and lived there as a student as well. And basically, and my ex-partner is from the US, Los Angeles. But essentially, the UK, because I went at 8, because I think I went as a young child, I went to boarding school there, so I really cultivated the culture there. And when you grow up somewhere, it becomes more familiar, if that makes sense.
More like home.
Like home. But again, it's a similarity with Nigeria. We all speak English, and this was a colony in its time. But there's that similarity with Nigeria and England in the sense that we're not far. Like, look at the time now. We're both on the same time zones at the moment. There's just that closeness to home. And I think that's why I became more settled there and became like a second home to me.
All right, let's talk about your first home, Nigeria.
Yes.
So you're in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
This is your home. No one should ask you, why are you here? But I want to ask, what's up this time that you're here?
This time is very special. Well, essentially, again, we go back to George Michael, because I am here for the GT Food and Drink Festival. And basically, the person that I came with, we all came yesterday with Dylan Alora, who's an artist who's actually in the UK at the moment, but over in Lagos. And we came over with Tom Parker Bowles, who's the son of Queen Camilla. And we all flew over last night. And George Michael gets involved with this again because I met him because he was a friend of George Michael and someone that we organized tickets for back in 2008. So we thank George Michael. Because of George Michael, Tom is here. And so we're here for the food festival for a few days to enjoy, see what it's all about. I haven't been to any of these festivals. I think it'll be fascinating. And they have other people attending like Aldo Zilli, Jean-Christophe Novelli, and some US chefs as well. And yeah, very much looking forward to it. So that's brought me here for 5 days to enjoy Lagos. And I'm always happy to come home.
So it's a food festival. I'm going to tell you a bit about it because I was at the last year's edition. It was a wow event talking about having.
So you've
friendship.
been?
Oh, yes, I haven't been. But I'll leave you to have your experience.
Okay.
But let's talk a bit about Thomas Parker Bowles. So being a food critic.
Yes.
That's not very common.
Mhm.
Now, how do you become a food critic? It seems like you've got to be a chef first, or you've got to have great love for food to be able to criticize the cooking of different people. Now, that looks like a career that is not quite common. And working with someone like that, from where you're coming from, working with those in music, it's different.
It's still in the realm of, in England, it's very popular actually. It's a very popular thing to be a food critic. There are quite a few that I can name, in the sense of, you don't have to be a chef per se. It's more like you're an editorial person. It's like you review films, review music, review films, and you review restaurants. So for example, we took him to, there's a restaurant called Enish in London, Nigerian restaurants, and they have them in Dubai as well. Very popular outside Nigeria. And the people, critics have often said, we've written about food, Italian food, Spanish food, why not Nigerian food? And what I've really admired about him is that because he's written books, he writes recipes, and he works with chefs, and that's what food critics do. And it's a very popular thing to do in the UK right now. A lot of people are food critics, writing for the Times. You either write for a magazine, or you write for the Bazaar magazine, Vogue, GQ magazine, Esquire. So the role of food critic is really, really something that's done worldwide. But I know maybe here, maybe in Nigeria, it's not so common, but it's very lucrative. Yes, it's very lucrative.
All right, so what would you think a Thomas Ball coming to the food court, the GT food court, writing about Nigerian food, giving reviews, is going to do for Nigerian food? Yes, there is a food that is very popular when you talk about Nigerian food. Even those who haven't had the taste of the Nigerian jollof just want to talk about it and maybe look forward to tasting it. But there are different kinds of food that will be sampled.
Yes.
What would that do to Nigerian cuisine?
You see, there's a perception in Europe and in the bigger world, people assume, unfortunately, going on the darker side of things, they see a lot of people coming on boats trying to get into England. They feel like we don't have anything back here. We don't have the development here. Some of the buildings, the aspirational things of it. People are business-minded. Come into these studios for goodness sake. You can't imagine that this is all going on in Africa. I have people up to this day say, "Oh, do you have buildings in Nigeria? Do people eat? There's no food,
That's funny.
And they don't realize. So when you have an ambassador like Tom Parker Bowles come to Nigeria, and when he writes anything in England, everybody reads it, they comment on it. The fact that his mother's Queen Camilla of England, that might have something to do with it. But his voice is very loud, and what I'm really proud of him is that he said, I want to come and see Nigeria for myself. I hear these things at the foods, people are like, oh, nobody goes to Nigerian restaurants. Who wants to eat Nigerian food? It's growing now. There's that interest. And it's good for us because we can bring our food to the world. For people who can't come to Nigeria immediately, people want to come and people will come. But people who can't come, people like him, food critics, can come back with that message that we've been to Nigeria, we see what they do, they're really doing well, they're trying. Yes, there's good and bad in everything, but they're promoting our food, promoting our culture, and it gives us industry, it gives us some business opportunities, it gives us partnership opportunities, and it's increasing our voice in the big global stage.
I'd like to get back to your first love, which is being publicist for entertainers.
Yes.
Now, in Nigeria, we have A-list artists that are known worldwide.
Yes.
They have managers.
Yes.
Some of them also have publicists.
Yes.
Looking at the way they're managed and the way the publicists run, is there a thing or two you think they need to know and understand when working with artists? How could it also help their career?
I think to realize sometimes it's not overnight and it shouldn't be so gimmicky. A lot of the time people want Instagram followers and let's do this crazy thing or let's do that crazy. You want it to last, you want longevity. So it might be that, we all love Burna Boy or whoever the big star is. But what I like with people like, I want to give someone an example like Skepta. Do you know Skepta?
I do.
He is wonderful because he's done things like with Channel 4 in the UK where he's done content with young people to try and bring them, let's take them away from the knife culture or any crime, and trying to inspire younger people to do business, to do different things with their lives. So I think what the PRs can do is like use them as like an influence, as a force to say, come into this, you can do your career here. It doesn't always have to be in entertainment. You can be a lawyer, you can be a lawyer for an actor, you can be a lawyer for a singer, you can be a lawyer for whatever, or you can do different jobs, but just to aspire to do better. And I think that's what PRs can do a bit more of, and use the talent, that platform they have, those 22 million followers on Instagram, use it as a platform to inspire young people to come up.
And good enough, you are inspiring a lot of young people watching Souq
Thank
News TV, because this is what it's about.
Yes.
Changing the narrative, inspiring people to be
Definitely.
better. As a wrap up, what's next for you after the GT call?
Oh my goodness. There's a lot, because like I said, my main role at the moment is working with the BBC. So working on different shows. I've just done something called The History of Disco. And I was thrilled to see it on the flight over on British Airways.
Do you dance?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I won the Michael Jackson dancing competition
Really?
as a teenager. Yes,
I'd like
I
to
did.
see that.
I want to do it here. But yes, so there's a lot in the pipeline, lots of new programs that we're doing with the BBC, and they're trying to make people more cultural and diversity aware. And I want to be part of that journey with the BBC, because it has been in the States where people that look like me feel that we're not taken, in the sense that we're not taking the direction that we want to go all the time, but they're trying to readdress that and make things better for everyone. So yeah, my future, I'm hoping to get involved with things like diversity causes and work with teams and everything, and work with new talent and new TV shows.
Okay.
So it's very exciting time, and get Nigeria involved as well, and do a bit more writing for BBC Culture and write about Nigeria and Africa.
Well, you've got Souq News TV with you.
Yes.
You want to do things, and we want to thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you so much for having me.
Oh yes, I like that you had this energy from start to finish.
Thank
It
you.
means that you're very passionate about what you do.
And grateful.
And you really want to change the narrative for
Definitely.
people of color,
Yes.
and make the world a better place, like Michael Jackson sang about.
Yeah, I know. God bless his mind. So.
And God bless the soul too of
Amen.
George Michael.
Amen. Amen to that. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a wrap on Souq Exclusive. We've been talking with, I'd like to add the to him. I hope the GDTI would not be angry. The JJ Ekwega, because this woman is awesome. Trust me, it's never been a dull moment talking with her.
Thank you so much for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you.
Until the next, I'm Blessing AG. Thank you for watching.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class, because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass, and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away. that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young, we used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open, there weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we would go to Ijebu, we would go to Benin, we would go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion evolving through Nigeria has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing. Whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together And I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. And I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, you know, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates. So your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. This American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankeefied English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is a Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God and the deities. As we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market. Whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Paolando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important, like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well, that Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me. And I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, for my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a egusi for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make worlds and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at the Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary. I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we'll put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawani Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then, and this man she thought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set, and shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people that do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is coastline settlements, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th, 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Maroko. Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Maroko. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimori. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimori, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Manuel. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank. And she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of very the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been growing ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again, we can give those who are there, part of what we built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now, we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together. Let us see what we have. Let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. You don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to... They have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Maoko environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. We could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, Let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the other family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says, no, he cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Maoko, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls the said government? Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? And so and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs still with us. I looked at one of them and said, "Okay, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. Why were discussing the DPO didn't say he was there?" So the boy now told the DPO that, "DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me?" How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could he have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Al-Fatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, Obi Anoba, Obi Bale, do you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the
Welcome to the news on Souq News Television. I am Evelyn Ohiole. First, the headlines. Federal Civil Service Commission opens application. UN warns of dire humanitarian crisis as fighting escalates in DRC. Saudi Energy Minister holds talks ahead of meeting. And Trump bans transgender ideology diversity programs. Now the news in detail. The Federal Civil Service Commission has opened applications for vacancies in various government roles. Interested candidates are urged to apply online before the deadline of March 10, 2025. In a statement, the Commission encouraged all eligible Nigerians, including individuals with disabilities, to apply. Applicants are required to submit relevant documents such as degree certificates, CVs, and NYSC discharge or exemption certificates. The Commission has assured Nigerians of a fair and a transparent recruitment process aimed at hiring qualified candidates to serve in the Federal Civil Service. Interested candidates are advised to visit the Commission's official website for more details. As part of measures to ease financial obligations for Bureau de Change operators, BDCs, the Central Bank of Nigeria has announced the waiver of non-refundable annual license renewal fee for 2025. In a statement signed by CBN's Acting Director of Financial Policy and Regulation, John Onoja, the waiver is aimed at supporting the ongoing transition to the new BDC regulatory structure following the release of the regulatory and supervisory guidelines for Bureau de Change operations in Nigeria 2024. The CBN, through the circular, also called on BDC operators who are paid for the 2025 license renewal to apply to the Director, Financial Policy and Regulation for refund. The waiver has been welcomed by many BDC operators, calling it a step towards the right direction for economic progress. The Nigerian Communications Commission and telecom companies have ruled out an extension for banks to clear their USSD debt, leaving defaulting lenders scrambling to meet Monday's deadline. Of the 9 banks initially in arrears, only 2 have made payments so far, with 1 more expected to comply today, according to telecom operators. Failure to settle these debts could result in the disconnection of USSD services, which millions of Nigerians rely on for banking transactions. The phased payment plan issued by the NCC and CBN requires banks to clear 60% of their debts by January 2, 2025. Any further delay risks disrupting essential services as regulators emphasize the importance of meeting deadlines. The Dangote refinery will receive 12 million barrels of crude oil from the U.S. in February to address local supply shortages. Currently refining 500,000 barrels daily below its 650,000 barrel capacity, the refinery faces challenges securing adequate crude from the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL. Efforts to resolve this include constructing 8 additional storage tanks to boost capacity by 41.67% to 3.4 billion liters. A term tender issued last year aims to procure 24 million barrels of West Texas Intermediate crude over a year. With local refineries in Port Harcourt and Warri expected to restart operations, the Naira for crude arrangement may expand to meet production goals, including the 99.55 million barrels required between January and June 2025. The Lagos Anglican Girls Grammar School, LAGGS, marks a monumental milestone celebrating its 70th Founders' Day anniversary in January 2025. Organized by both the school's management and the Lagos Anglican Girls Grammar School Old Girls Association, LAGSOGA, the program honors the institution's rich legacy of empowering young women and its unwavering commitment to academic excellence. The one-week-long event ended on 26th of January 2025 as the alumni gathered to celebrate their past moments and also chart a bright future for the school and its students, with the theme LAGSOGA, Cherished Memories, Reunion and Fundraising. Under the leadership of Grace Ben Okezie, the current president, the association launched a 250 million naira endowment fund to support a variety of key school projects. She made remarks concerning the event.
Okay, this event is actually to mark the 70th anniversary of the unique school called Lagos Anglican Girls Grammar School. And one of the major purposes of this event is also to raise an endowment fund for the development of infrastructures in the school. Looking forward to have a school in the first class and being able to compete with other schools. My word for the girls out there is to believe in themselves and believe that they can do it. We call them the warriors, the lady warriors. Like I said in my speech, we have the will, we have the tenacity, and we have what it takes to be the leader of the future.
The chairman of the event shared her thoughts about the significance of the ongoing projects with reactions from other attendees.
One, we want to reconstruct the present dining hall of the school. And then doing what is called light up lags. That is to make sure there is serious electrification everywhere, especially the entire environment. Wherever there has to be light, there has to be light in the school. It's an all-girls school and we cannot compromise.
I am so excited about being here and seeing old girls here and also the ones that came after me. I graduated in 1982. And it was a great pleasure to have gone to a great school like Lagos Anglican Girls Grammar School. And also to see the ladies here, the caliber of ladies that the school has produced. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have mothers, because like I said, without mothers, the earth cannot really survive, We have mothers here, we have people who have achieved based on what this great school has given us. So I'm excited to be here.
In Libya, protests disrupt oil operations at Es Sidra port. We'll take a break and return to more news stories. Welcome back. All operations at Libya's Es Sidra port were disrupted today as local protesters blocked a tanker from loading crude, according to engineers at the facility. The protesters are demanding the relocation of oil company headquarters to the oil crescent region, calling for fair development to improve living conditions. Libya's oil sector has faced similar disruptions in the past, including a shutdown at the Sharara oil field last year due to protests. The ongoing unrest in the country's oil-rich regions continues to pose challenges to global energy supply stability. The United Nations has issued a critical warning about the escalating humanitarian crisis in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, where fighting between the National Army and M23 rebels has intensified. The conflict has now reached Goma, a city that houses nearly 2 million people, including large numbers of internally displaced individuals. During a press briefing, Jean-Pierre Lacroix, the UN Under-Secretary General for Peace Operations, described the situation as volatile and highly dangerous, with the risk of a broader humanitarian disaster looming. The eastern DRC, long plagued by instability, now faces an even more dire future as the violence spreads, with many civilians caught in the crossfire. Currently, there are almost 6.5 million displaced persons across the country, with nearly 3 million of them residing in North Kivu province, where Goma is located. Saudi Arabia's Energy Minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman met with his Iraqi and Libyan counterparts in Riyadh on Monday to discuss efforts to stabilize global energy markets. The talks come ahead of the February 3 meeting of OPEC's Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee, where member countries will review all production policies. OPEC, led by Saudi Arabia and allied with Russia, plans to gradually increase oil output starting in April, following previous cuts prompted by weak demand. Saudi officials have reiterated their commitment to ensuring long-term stability in the global oil market amid ongoing geopolitical uncertainties. Pakistan's Sindh Minister for Livestock and Fisheries, Muhammad Ali Malkani, announced on Tuesday that the province of the Sindh government has taken steps to increase seafood exports and meet international standards, particularly those set by the European Union. Malkani emphasized efforts to lift the EU ban on seafood exports, focusing on shrimp and fish. The minister highlighted the government's initiatives, including fish breeding hatcheries and the release of fish seeds into rivers. He added that while factory owners exporting seafood receive assistance, no subsidies are provided. Malkani acknowledged challenges in resource availability, responding to issues raised by members of the Assembly, which includes the lack of cold storage facilities and the use of banned fishing nets. The poor condition of fishermen's colonies were also addressed. The Muttahida Qawmi Movement political party MQM members Dr. Fauza Hamid and Ijaz Haq urged the government to provide better facilities for fishermen, including support for those whose boats are sinking. This will be addressed in collaboration with community-based organizations. India's benchmark indexes climbed on Tuesday, driven by financial stocks after the Reserve Bank of India unveiled measures to improve banking system liquidity, fueling speculation of a February interest rate cut. The Nifty 50 gained 0.27% to 22,890.25 points as at 10:27 a.m. Indian Standard Time, while the BSE Sensex rose 0.54% to 75,773.42. Overall, banking and financial stocks surged 1.6%, with HDFC Bank, Axis Bank and ICICI Bank leading gains. You are still watching News Hour on Souq News Television. We'll bring you more stories after this timeout. Stay with us.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souq Enlightenment.
Welcome back. Moving on, Cyprus aims to extract natural gas from its offshore reserves for the first time in 2027, Energy Minister George Papanastasiou announced on Monday. The Minister of Energy outlined plans for an agreement with Italian energy giant Eni, which would facilitate the export of gas from the Kronos reservoir in Block 6 of Cyprus Exclusive Economic Zone, EEZ. The extracted gas would be sent to the Zagas liquefied natural gas terminal in Damietta, Egypt, for processing. The proximity of the Kronos reservoir to Egypt's Zohr gas field, also operated by Eni, would allow the company to use its existing infrastructure to transport the gas efficiently. Mr. Papanastasiou revealed that a development and production plan is expected by March, with the government set to make a final investment decision by the summer. The first extraction of Cypriot natural gas is anticipated in 2027, with the expectation all go according to plan, marking a significant milestone in the country's energy sector. Britain and the European Union are facing off in court for the first time since Brexit over a fishing dispute. A three-member panel at the Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague began hearing arguments today over Britain's ban on fishing sandals in its North Sea waters. The EU claims the ban breaches the post-Brexit trade and cooperation agreement, while Britain insists it's necessary to protect marine ecosystems. The court's ruling, expected by late April, could allow the EU to retaliate if the ban is deemed unlawful. The case is seen as politically sensitive, with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer working to improve ties with the EU. Any fallout could hinder hopes for better cooperation. While the financial stakes are modest, estimated at €45 million in lost revenue for EU fishing vessels, the outcome could have wider implications for post-Brexit agreements. The massive plummet of major tech stocks in spotlighting the U.S. stock market's dependence on a handful of giants for its record-breaking rally. Investors are grappling with the impact of a low-cost Chinese AI model, DeepSeek, which has shaken confidence in the AI investment boom driving markets for 2 years. The Magnificent Seven mega-cap stocks, including NVIDIA, accounted for over half of the S&P 500's 25% return in 2024 and now represent one-third of the index weight. News of DeepSeek led the S&P 500 to fall 1.5% on Monday, while the Nasdaq 100 plunged 3%, halving year-to-date gains. The U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order eliminating what he called transgender ideology and diversity programs from the military. Trump announced the move during a Republican congressional retreat in Miami, stating it would strengthen the military's focus on readiness and unity. The order reverses previous policies allowing transgender individuals to serve openly, claiming such practices undermine discipline and cohesion. It also bans discussions of gender ideology and diversity training, which Trump describes as un-American. This marks a significant rollback of LGBTQ rights under the Biden administration, which reinstated inclusive policies in 2021. Critics, including former Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, have warned that excluding qualified personnel could weaken military recruitment and readiness. And in sport, the AFCON group draw took place yesterday. We wrap up News Hour with more details of this after the break. The Morocco 2025 Africa Cup of Nations group stage draw was decided yesterday at the Mohammed V National Theatre in Rabat, Morocco. The 24 qualified teams were randomly placed into groups A to F. Morocco, as the host nation, was exempted, automatically placed as the first team in Group A. Joining Morocco in Group A are Mali, Zambia and Comoros, who will be entering the competition for the second time in their history, with the first time being in Cameroon 2021. Group B features Egypt, who have won the competition the most times in history, 6 times. South Africa come in next, while Angola and Zimbabwe complete the group. The 3 times champions Nigeria battle Tunisia, Uganda and Tanzania in Group C, with the Super Eagles looking to win the competition for the 4th time since Burkina Faso 2013. Group D has the 2021 winner Senegal take on 2 times holders DR Congo, Benin and Botswana. Algeria are in Group E, where they must compete with Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea and Sudan. Finally, Group F has the defending champions Ivory Coast, who will face 5-time champions Cameroon, Gabon and Mozambique. And that's all on News Hour and Souq News Television. Remember that we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Threads and X at Souq News TV. I am Evelyn Ohiola. Thank you for your time and enjoy the rest of your day.
Literature. Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for Africa. Made him by actually doing thing will he a dear and right it's there and
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovier is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovier. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovier are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovier enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovier authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovier, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovier remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time. and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No, I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know, and let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.1% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. that's in the pipeline. You don't have to, I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 99, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC, 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Kefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which was also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar, were lots of other people. People like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that's now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice, and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, you will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plump without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 555 of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was what, staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, 2 shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President... Lyndon Johnson, and we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still not seeing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That host happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Sope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. Not easy. Like I said, when we were taught not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahu. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Oweba, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Rajijedidu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, and then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. tongue twisting. It takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. Didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done, we won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station, because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call it Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festa in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that have gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theater now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wale Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I'll be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. In the image of Nigeria, we come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to the breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. and you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Koka. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did this your dress cost? Can't have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Kufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And you know, it's a tradition of our people, you know, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, you know, prostitution and to apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, you know, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, you know, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether you know, all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that, you know, that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, you know, front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, you know, into powder at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, you know, either they die, you know, premature deaths from, you know, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, you know, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, you know, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, you know, members of the family would not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. You know, the child is a victim, but there are other, you know, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, you know, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, you know, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, you know, get through all those kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, you know, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. You know, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, you know, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Olani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So And I used to accompany him to the palace of Oba Oyekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. It wasn't really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinka Oyekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. Itiosa, whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you will have some woman coming on and saying that the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they're going to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, then he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who is my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, you know, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, you know, to prepare. You know, there was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So like people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we close in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain feeling I get, because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. The question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. For the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. It used to be called St. John's. But by the time we were leaving, 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. And from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. In the then Bender State, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them. An association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Ugeli Government College, UGI, in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spur us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM. Must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bender. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bender State University when it was created, Ambrosali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one associated with FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the north, not the New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me. Because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. You know, it was titled The Oasis. And that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And he recommended that book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died. So nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985, you know. Went back to Lagos, but it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, you know, it was something that it was, you know, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, you know. And my earliest heroes were, you know, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, then, and of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, you know, thesis. You know, so the other part of me which was in it was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for you know, Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat that, we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. E.C. Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, Obafemi Awolowo University, then the University of Ife. And he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode, and the so-called the Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one that I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So that literature Communist Manifesto. The other one was Anti-Durin, also by Frederick Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary, you know, even though I was squatting, you know, at that time. And what we did by, you know, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership, writing minutes, you know, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, you know, period until I entered the University of Lagos, you know. Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyepe, you know, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, you know, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, you know, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And you know, there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timi Phillips. Atlanta died, God bless his soul, you know, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timi, I think I ran for the presidency, you know, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyaze is also late now, you know. That led to crisis at the university because I won the whole of Akoka campus. They rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, you know, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, about 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falana. You know, so, and we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. So it became a landmark judgment, you know. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam as a single candidate. You know, the previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results was when it was eventually released. You know, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I redeployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, you know, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, you know. And so we redeployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now, we redeployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani. I was elected at the Ibadan convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Eno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we're on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University, and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of Souq, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of Souq, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the thing called Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You must at each point in time define, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? It means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, help to fight them. You have to subvert them so that people can, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. If I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. It doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, and the social nexus, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if it's 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe. So self-reliance is very important. And I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth. They need to, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Souq was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfem was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's-led kind of process of making constitution. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for. So that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia. After the civil war in Ethiopia, the Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command. That collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are likely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that more powers should be devolved to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent. And which other one? Railway is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power. But we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power. You talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities. So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. nothing. In terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LG as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. State had, Western Nigeria had, their own missions. Though not of the status of, what you have today, they had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU Zaria. You see that structure, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not prioritized. So that has created problems between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, from the federal government, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, the faculty members, in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, because we resource for them. So ASUU has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And ASUU doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document ASUU produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was ASUU that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. ASUU provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, these integrated personnel, payment services. ASUU said, look, the nature of the the educational institutions are such that you can't lump us with EPs. ASUU then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So ASUU will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what ASUU does, And I would say that ASUU is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. Some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget. Because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university, because product of research, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, survives on royalty, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. And Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, we're very solid and strong, attracting international, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same team, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like BJ Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. It is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are leaving in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones. By experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance. Governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people would get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles would not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never fails. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible. But it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this witch doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, the Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see were developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sites have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souq Enlightenment.
One thing that worth being treasured and celebrated is having a family of intellect, especially a father full of wisdom to lead aright. On Saturday, April 20th, a heartwarming ceremony unfolded at Brookstone School Hall in Owode-Onere, Ikorodu, Lagos, as the UK-based Nigerian Pa Michael Onafuye launched 3 inspirational books. The event not only marked the culmination of Pa Onafuye's literary endeavors but also served as a testament to his zeal for intellectual exploits, spiritual gifts and guidance, as well as laid down legacies for his family. The books titled War Against Limitation, Maximizing Divine Mandates of God on Your Life, and God's Word of Assurance is Your Sure Word of Insurance, brought together family, friends, and religious leaders from within and outside the community. During the event, Dr. Ayo Onafuye, doctor of the celebrant, read an excerpt from one of the books highlighting the importance of maintaining faith during difficult times. His son, Dr. Tosin Onafuye, also delivered a keynote address pointing to his father's wisdom and spiritual leadership.
He is one that seeks to redeem the value of humanity through service and the production of service. Too often we hear preachers saying that we are here to serve humanity, but you look at their portfolio and it doesn't match up. But my father is one where his sermon is embedded in his daily practice. And Dad, I don't just say that because we are in front of people. Like I said, the MC has given a brief background about myself and university, this university, that, but that is not possible without you. My dad has emphasized the importance of education. He's not a shepherd that declines or puts to sleep the importance of reading. He is one that even though he's not at a PhD level, when he speaks, the wisdom that comes from his well of understanding is above the certificate. Because the certificate, to an extent, will fetch you money, but the wisdom my dad will give you will help you navigate life.
My father, a devoted shepherd of our great parish, CCC, White City Parish in the UK, has dedicated his life to serving not only his congregation, but humanity as a whole. Through his unwavering faith and timeless efforts, he has used his spiritual intellect and charitable practices to touch countless lives, offering guidance, comfort and hope to those in need all around the world. His commitment to spreading the message of love, compassion and forgiveness has inspired me and my many siblings. So every section in this, every beginning of each section offers you a Bible passage to tailor your prayer points to. So the passage from the prayer of praise is from Psalm 107 verse 8, and it says, "Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness and for his wonderful works to the children of men." So to start off, in my book, Living Above Limitations, I emphasize that choosing to rise above traumatic experiences and embracing the joy of praise is key to embodying the ideal spiritual life for genuine believers.
The ceremony also marked the launch of the first book by the author's youngest son, Temi Onafuye. Temi expressed gratitude to his family for their unwavering support throughout the writing process.
When I started writing, I never knew I would come this far. I mostly thank my dad for encouraging me to start writing in the first place. And I also thank my mother and my siblings for supporting me throughout my journey. I also thank God for guiding me when I'm writing the stories, giving me the ideas. And I thank him and I thank God again for giving me this opportunity to come up in front of all of you and speak my mind.
The president and CEO of Femi Wash Media Limited, a special guest at the event, commended Pa Onafuye for his dedication to his children's education, noting their achievements in academics and their commitment to following in their father's footsteps.
So you're a good example for every UK resident like you and I and some other people that are here to emulate, because you're a shiny example. You're a shiny light. I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of your children. So for you to be able to conceive that idea, write the first book, the second book, the third book, and getting up to this one, I'm proud of you, sir. I'm very, very proud of you. It means you're a winner.
Speaking with Souq News, the Onofuyes and well-wishers shared their thoughts.
Focus, have faith, have the Spirit of God in you, do the will of God, do it good, do it right. When you do it right, you get it right. And when you have time for God, God will make things possible for you. Just have hope in Him. And whatever you believe in, focus on your belief, work on your belief, and don't just sit back. Strive in that belief, and one way or the other, God will pull you through. God will take you there to that destination.
We've seen him as somebody very unique. He's always different. Everything about him is always different. So we knew that God's grace is with him, and that's why. And that his dad, being an author, noticed in him that he had something in him. He loves writing as well, just like his father. So he actually, encouraged him to start doing that. And if you read the book, it's all about what's happened to him. That's why that title comes in as, the world around me. So that's why he's an author, the young author for today.
What mostly inspired me was my dad, my father. He became something that I could look upon and look forward to, and he's already a great example of what would happen if you started writing. So now every day he just encourages me to start and pursue my career that I want to achieve, which is writing.
To be fair, I saw him go through a few challenges, which hasn't always been easy, obviously, as his child. But at the same time, it was remarkable the way he came from those challenges and how he handled them, first of all, and then what he produced through those challenges. And that's always been something that has inspired me.
We've been for a few years, and since I've been with him, I really like him. I really enjoy him. Having him as my in-law, because he's very quiet, jovial, then intelligent, then accommodative, and very spiritual. So I learned a lot of him from him. Even I told my niece that I feel jealous of him.
One thing I want to say mostly that I know about him is he's always learning. As he is always learning, he's always also teaching you. There is no day, even in church, that we're doing maybe a spiritual program, he will always want to bring something out that you, as an individual, as a youth, as a child of God, something to direct you back to God.
It is with great pleasure and excitement that I stand before you today as we gather to celebrate the launch of a remarkable literary work.
You are unable to understand why the Imo man, Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ or that, let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Walsh Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, the vice president of Femi Walsh Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine. I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in the center and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision. And in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje,
Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Souq's John Rogers appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of
century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub, demand
Here you go. This is a chance for us to delve into the world of sport. And so I'd like to urge sports enthusiasts, fans, and pundits to join me as we take a look at some of the sporting stories making the rounds. Welcome to Inside Sports right here in Souq News Television. I am the top cat, TC Barra. Well, the news making the rounds on social media and all of the traditional media platform is the just concluded African Cup of Nations draw, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria find themselves in Group C. Now, the tournament, of course, which will take place between December 21st and the 18th of January 2026, December 21st, 2025, and run till the new year, and even till the 18th of January, we'll see the tournament feature Christmas and New Year celebrations in between. Anyway, the draw was completed at the Mohammed V National Theatre in Rabat, Morocco, and we saw the Super Eagles pitted in a group with Tunisia, Uganda, and Tanzania. Of course, Nigeria had representatives in the new head coach, Eric Chelle, the team administrator, Dayo Enebi, and chairman of the Nigerian Football Federation Technical and Development Committee, talking about Sharif Inua. We heard Chelle ahead of the draw saying that the team is ready. Talking about the new Super Eagles coach. Super Eagles are ranked 5th best team in Africa. They had to be put in pot 1 because of their position or the ranking, alongside other strong teams, including the 7-time champion Egypt, reigning cup holders Ivory Coast, and 2-time winners Algeria, as well as hosts Morocco and Senegal. In Group A, we have Morocco, Mali, Zambia, Comoros. We also have Egypt, South Africa, Angola, Zimbabwe in Group B. And in Group C, Nigeria, Tunisia, Uganda, Tanzania. In Group D, Senegal, DR Congo, Benin, Botswana. In E, it's Algeria, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea, and Sudan. Group F features Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and Gabon. We had put up that for you on the screen, talking about the various groups as concluded or has reviewed after the draws were concluded. We had some of the finest footballers, El Hadji Diouf, even Joseph Yobo, taking part in that very auspicious occasion. Fortunately, we might not be able to bring clips of that event to you right now. But let me let you know that the Super Eagles head coach, Eric Souq Chelle, believes that his players are ready for the African Cup of Nations. By the way, it's the 35th African Cup of Nations. The 3-time champions in Super Eagles will have to negotiate a Group C that have the Carthage Eagles, the Cranes, and the Taifa Stars. The Eagles are opening their clash or their campaign with a clash with Taifa Stars of Tanzania. And we're looking forward to that before they get to face Tunisia and eventually Uganda. So Morocco is the host nation, like I mentioned earlier on. And they've gone on to review that 9 stadiums will be hosting the tournament matches. Before now, it was 6 stadiums, originally 6 stadiums in 6 cities, which is Rabat, Tangier, Agadir, Marrakesh, Casablanca, and Fez. These other teams, or rather, other cities had to be included. The number of venues has now been expanded to 9, and it's a historic first for the competition. 3 new stadiums have been added to, in the capital, Rabat. So these include the Stade Moulay Hassan, which has 12,000 seats, the Stade Al Barid, and Stade du Fath Union Sport, which has a capacity of 15,000 spectators. So the 3 new stadiums have been added in the capital, like I mentioned, and we're going to be seeing the number of stadiums increase from 6 to 9. Talking about preparation, these new additions complement the already stipulated stadium or state-of-the-art stadium. We have the Moulay Abdellah complex, which is the largest stadium in Rabat. We have the Grand Stade de Tangier, the Grand Stade de Agadir, the Grand Stade de Marrakesh, and the Mohammed V complex in Casablanca, as well as the Fez Sports Complex. The African Cup of Nations seems very far away, but some teams are making preparations, trying to put everything in place. And Tunisia is one team that's not been left out of all of these preparatory activities, including electing a new president and hiring a new coach, ahead of the tournament. So they held an extraordinary General Assembly and presidential election where Muez Nasri emerged victorious. He went on to secure as much as 247 out of 438 votes. He surpassed his closest rival, Mahmoud Yamani, by over 100 votes. And then he addressed the media, stating the challenges with the pressing issues being a vacant head coach position for Tunisia, insisting that the role has remained open since the dismissal of Fauzi Benzati after Tunisia's shocking home loss to Comoros in October, the qualifying match for the 2025 tournament. So Tunisia managed to qualify under an interim coach. He has since left, and their major test will be a clash with Group C contenders, Nigeria inclusive. Hence, we have to bring that to you right now. So we'll get back to the local scene now, where the Nigerian Professional Football League, of course, resumed for a the second stanza, and top team leaders or league top leaders, talking about Remo Stars, are going to be playing host to Abia Warriors, who are going with the appellation Umuchineke now. Well, after recording their third consecutive win in the Nigerian Premier Football League, 1-0 victory over Bayelsa United in Umuahia, Abia Warriors say they've now shifted their attention to the next encounter, and that's Remo Stars in Ikenne tomorrow. The results in the last 3 games, we saw Abia Warriors keeper speaking with the club's media and expressing a bit of optimism of a positive result in Ikenne, if they had to go by the kind of results they've had. But don't forget, Remo Stars are the team to beat. Meanwhile, Remo Stars coach, talking about Daniel Ogumodede, has praised his team following a hard-fought 2-1 victory over Akwa United. That game went down at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium, and he highlighted the success as a product of the entire team's collective effort and dedication. But Amapakabo, if I had to pronounce it correctly, expressed optimism, and that's following the game. Following the game against Bayelsa United and ahead of the game against Remo, he emphasized the importance of improvement and consistency. He noted that Sunday Megwa's goal was crucial in securing that victory. Sunday Megwa, a personal friend of mine, seems to have improved on all fronts, taking his goal tally to as much as 7 goals in this league. Anyway, let's take a listen to Imama Mapakabo, who had come in, halfway into the season to stir things and to change the dynamics for Abia Warriors.
We just want to win. Most importantly, like I said, the pressure in terms of ball play for my team. But then we're able to get the victory, which is paramount. You know what I'm saying? We'll get back into our groove, we'll be able to play, we'll look at, the things that we did wrong in this game, and whatever. We just adhere to what they brought to us. We'll also play a lot of long balls. Along the line, I think my players must believe in themselves, trying to keep the ball to play the way we play. But no problems. It is just one game of 19 that we have played in this second round. And I think we're going to get better. I don't expect players to get 100% fitness after about a month that they've laid out. As the games come, they're going to get better, because even during the off period, most of them never played 60 minutes in any of the 3-4 friendly games that we played. So fitness is a challenge too. Fitness is not a challenge, but match fitness is somewhat of a challenge, and gradually the players are going to get it right.
Well, that was Imama Mapakabo. And of course, indeed, we're looking forward to that game. We'll talk a lot more about it tomorrow. But let me let you know as well that Ikorodu United are set to play host to Kano Pillars. The same Mesugida side will be at the Mobology Johnson Arena, MG Arena, Onikon, Lagos tomorrow. That match is slated for 4, but then the number of media persons have been limited to 7 who will be able to gain access to see that game when Ikorodu faces a very, very traditional side. Ikorodu, newly promoted side, have shown some resilience and resurgence in recent times, and of course a massive win in this particular game might give them a boost to go all the way in the league. But that's not to say that this is the way the game will turn out. You never can tell. Kano Pillars might come to, the MG Arena and pick up maximum points. But then it's a clash that, it's going to be a cracker, and we're looking forward to it. We'll talk about it a lot more tomorrow. Let's tell you that Lobby Stars have officially adopted the Tafa Balewa Stadium in Bauchi as their new temporary home ground. And of course, I mentioned to you on the show yesterday that the chairman, Philip Nogo, had done a facility assessment to check out the structure, the facility, and all that. And the Makodi-based team are going to go on now to share that venue with a Nigerian National League side, Wiki Tourist, as their original ground, which is the Ape Aku Stadium, is currently undergoing renovations. And I feel that renovations have gone on for too long. It's over almost a year. They've done that renovation. But then Lobby Stars began their first half of the season playing at the Lafayette City Stadium. That was in Nasarawa, and they are set to host Eimba at their new ground this weekend in a Week 22 fixtures. Well, from the NPFL to the NNL, Technical Director of the Nigerian Football Federation, Augustine Eguavon, has said that the Nigerian National League, which is the second-tier league, is in good hands and has been run by very capable and experienced administrators. Well, he added that he's quite impressed with the caliber of administrators and insisted that they know what they're doing, they know their onion. But the ex-Super Eagles who played in the NNL seem to have an issue with calling up players who are currently in the NNL to the Super Eagles team. It's then called the First Division, and yes, of course, he said it has evolved over the years and developed into what it is now. He added that players in the NNL would have to exercise patience before they can, be invited into the Super Eagles, and I wonder why they have to be patient. Are they not doing well? If you have players who are doing well, who are younger, who can break into the first team, who can contribute to the success of the Super Eagles, I mean, it's my opinion, it's my personal thought that they can get a chance to fight for the shirt, fight for jerseys, to be part of the Super Eagles team. Still talking NNL, Wiki Tourist FC has granted the team a 1-week break, which is effective from today, and it's intended to give the players, the technical staff, and other support personnel some rest after a successful first round. So the training will resume, like we hear, the 3rd of February, as the team begins preparations for the Federation Cup and second round of the league, while they are focused on building their success and aiming for great achievement and possibly a return to the MPFL. We'll cross the oceans now and get into the foreign scene where UEFA Champions League group stages will end tomorrow, or the group stage. Yes, just one group stage. The final fixture of the revamped UEFA Champions League, I have to emphasize, is set to take place tomorrow. And as we approach the group match day, yes, several teams have already secured their spots in the knockout, while others are somewhat the cusp of qualification. So some of the teams that have been confirmed for the Champions League round of 16 include Liverpool, Barcelona. Some teams confirmed for round of 16 or knockout phase playoff include Arsenal, Aston Villa, Atlanta, Atletico Madrid, Bayern Munich, Brest, French side, Brest, Celtic, Dortmund, Feyenoord, Inter Milan, Juventus, Bayer Leverkusen, Lille, AC Milan, Monaco, Real Madrid. Now, some teams competing for knockout phase playoff include Manchester City, PSG, Club Brugge, Benfica, PSV, Sporting Lisbon, Stuttgart, Dynamo Zagreb, Shakhtar Donetsk. And the teams that have been eliminated from the Champions League include Bologna, Red Star Belgrade, Girona, Leipzig, Slovan Bratislava, Sparta Prague, Stormgrass, and Young Boys. All 18 fixtures in the match day will kick up simultaneously, and they will allow fans to enjoy a thrilling finale. Notably, Manchester City will be looking to turn around their fortunes after they had that very challenging 4-2 defeat to Paris Saint-Germain. We talked about it. They also need a victory against Club Brugge to secure a chance in the knockout phase playoffs. The situation also seems to be tense for PSG, who will need to solidify their playoff spot, while Aston Villa, who have a home match against Celtic, will present an exciting opportunity for Unai Emery to climb back into the top 8. So your calendars need to be set, alarms, reminders, as the kickoff is for 9 p.m. Nigerian time tomorrow, and we're looking forward to an exhilarating end of the first this group stage of the UEFA Champions League campaign. Well, we're practically out of time, and let me let you know that Super Eagles Bruno Onyemaechi has left his Greek club. His Portugal for Greek club. Super Eagles defender has moved from Portuguese side Boa Vista to Greek champions Olympiacos. 47 times they've won, and that's where he will be pitching his tent. The Greek Giants confirmed the signing, putting out a statement on their website and highlighting Bruno Onyemaechi's achievement during his time at Boa Vista, where he made 77 appearances, netted 5 goals, and provided 3 assists. Still talking Nigerians in diaspora or abroad, Nigeria-born striker Ako Adams has officially moved to Sevilla in a transaction valued at approximately 7 million euros. He is eligible to play for Super Eagles, and he left the French side Montpellier after signing a contract with La Liga club that extends until 2029. So before we go, one more, and that is the transpire making the rounds about Neymar Jr. Yes, there are talks that Neymar has ended his contract with Al Hilal. Well, the Brazilian footballer officially ended his 18-month stint with Saudi Arabia club yesterday, and Al Hilal announced the mutual termination of his contract, expressed their gratitude for his contributions, and wished him success in the next chapter of his career. We hear that he might want to go back to his boyish club in Brazil. We never can tell. Of course, he has played for Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, and made only 7 appearances for Al Hilal after joining in August. And this is coming amidst the fact that he had an annual salary of around $104 million. Well, his time at the club was marred by injuries just 2 months after his arrival, and he suffered a ruptured cruciate ligament in his left knee during the World Cup qualifier for Brazil, and that sidelined him for a year. Sadly, I don't think Al Hilal would have benefited enough from his money. But then, anyone who followed Neymar, his career, would know that Neymar is injury prone and has had, a bitter pill to swallow. Talking about injuries, has had his own fair share over the last couple of years. But as his career still evolves, because I don't think it's come to an end, we'll continue to monitor that development. Where next he might go, we'll let you know right here on the show. Thank you so much for watching, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow with all of the games in the UEFA Champions League last group stage fixtures. And I'd like to use the opportunity to thank Noble Kelvin for ensuring that this has gone smooth, and the rest of the crew who has ensured that you are listening or you're watching crisp, loud and clear pictures right here on Inside Sports Souq News Television. My name is TC Barra. I'm the top cut. I'll see you when I see you. Until then, bye for now.
Most cocoa farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. to better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government. The Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Souq News.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa woman will blow air to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that positively changed the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period So that, yes, you know, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that thing. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry date. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Asia. Yesterday, to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place. So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Because now there's no budget in it. That's why people are not struggling. But very soon budget will come to it. And then everybody can live in the center and good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision to the next 4 years.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.